Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, allow me to warmly welcome you to this high-level meeting on the EU blueprint for fusion energy, organized for you by Directorate-General for Energy of the European Commission. Nuclear fusion technology or nuclear fusion energy is a really hot topic in the world of energy nowadays. In recent years, significant strides have been made in this field. In 2022, the Department of Energy National Ignition Facility achieved a milestone by producing a fusion reaction with a net energy gain. This success was reaffirmed in August 2023. And the European UK-based jet tokamak generated 69 megajoules of energy from 0.2 milligrams of fuel, the largest amount of energy ever achieved in fusion experiment. These achievements have raised excitement among investors and scientists alike, highlighting the immense potential of fusion energy. By surpassing the energy input required for ignition, fusion holds promise as a clean, abundant source of energy free from greenhouse gas emissions and also radioactive waste. Let us explore here today the implications of these advancements. And as Europe has long stood at the forefront of fusion research, pioneering advancements that have propelled our understanding of this promising field, it is my pleasure to welcome here the European Commissioner for Energy, Mrs. Kadri Simpson, and ask her for her opening remarks.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm delighted to welcome you all here in Strasbourg for the EU Blueprint for Fusion Energy Conference. I'm especially glad to see so many different fusion stakeholders here today. We have fusion organizations and nuclear safety regulators. We also have fusion startups from the EU, US, and UK. A sign that fusion technologies are stepping out of the poor research realm. The International Atomic Energy Agency is here too. It has supported fusion energy research since its inception and continues to have member states exchange and build knowledge on fusion science and technology. And for the first time, the European Investment Bank is participating at the fusion conference, another reflection of the shift from research to business underway in the fusion industry. So I want to thank you all for being here, for your consistent effort in delivering on fusion energy. With such a great mix of participation, I have no doubt that we will have an interesting discussions today. I think the time is right to discuss about what a possible EU fusion strategy could look like. And I hope to hear your thoughts on the role of the EU and national governments, fusion laboratories, and private startups in bringing fusion to commercialization as fast as possible. And I'll give you my thoughts on this in a moment. But first, a word on why the topic of fusion has never been as relevant as it is now. Ladies and gentlemen, think about the wider context and the threats we face. Climate change continues to weigh in with record temperatures, storms, flooding, and droughts. With the legal framework now in place to reach our 2030 targets, we must turn our minds to next steps. And this is why we recently recommended reducing greenhouse gas emissions in the EU by 90% by 2040. And this is one step before climate neutrality by 2050, and it means decarbonizing and electrifying our energy system to a large extent. It's ambitious, but feasible if we use all zero and low carbon energy solutions and explore the most promising emerging technologies. And fusion energy is one of them. It is a new carbon-free energy source with potential to become a powerful part of the future energy mix. Recent fusion breakthroughs, new fusion projects and technologies have garnered public attention. From the EU's perspective, ITER remains the most significant flagship fusion project globally. It has the magnitude and ambition to integrate many technologies, and we believe it is the best option for comprehensively providing and proving the scientific and technical feasibility of fusion as an energy source. The ongoing re-baselining exercise, which needs to be concluded without delay, will shed new light on the project. That said, we need to do much more than just complete ITER. The EU believes in international cooperation on fusion, and we are working closely with our partners in advancing fusion as an energy source. Last year, at the very end of the last year, I participated at the inauguration ceremony of the fusion device JT60SA in Japan. As you know, EU and Japan have a privileged partnership under the broader approach agreement, and I was very happy to see the direct result of that with a new fusion device. And more broadly, there is certainly new fusion momentum with a number of developments across the EU and beyond. There are new startups and private initiatives. In Spain, the DONES project will test materials capable of withstanding the fusion conditions, is one. A new funding program for nuclear fusion research is happening in Germany. US and UK have both made some bold announcements about harnessing the fusion in the next decade. And Japan established its own fusion strategy. And we also know that China has a very ambitious fusion program. Coming back to why we are here today, let me shift now to the question of how can EU reinforce fusion policy. Specifically, what can the EU and private startups do to commercialize fusion as fast as possible? There is certainly an important role for industry and startups. Their first-hand experience can help to improve the technology and bring us closer to the ultimate goal of fusion power plants. When it comes to the EU, because of our leading role in fusion, we are also at the forefront of developing a fusion regulatory framework. This will entail a close dialogue with regulators to ensure a higher level of safety of fusion installations and to make the regulatory environment more predictable for developers and operators. We have an important role to play too in fostering skills in the fusion sector. The EU is supporting fusion research, education and training activities through the Euratom Research and Training Programme. This is an important piece of the puzzle in our fusion efforts and needs to be part of our long-term vision. And finally, we are coming to the end of the current financial framework and reflecting on the next financial cycle. There may lie new opportunities to find ways of crowding in private money. This would allow funding to flow to fusion technology-related projects and reinforce a proper ecosystem. There are several paths to fusion energy success, and we all have the same interest in getting there as soon as possible. Ladies and gentlemen, there is something nearly futuristic and akin to science fiction in nuclear fusion. After all, it's the same process that powers the sun and other stars. As futuristic as it may sound, the recent technological breakthroughs and increased private investment are happening right now, garnering huge momentum for the fusion industry. So let's build on that and capitalize on all the work to date to forge a clear path for the EU towards fusion commercialization and industrial capability. Thank you for your attention.
European Commissioner for Energy, Kadri Simpson, thank you very much. She touched upon all the important topics that we'll go through the whole day. We should focus on the fusion ecosystem industry and workforce, as well as regulatory frameworks, as well as financing. These aspects are essential for unlocking the full potential of fusion energy and maintaining the momentum in fusion research. According to 2023 survey of Fusion Industry Association, fusion industry has attracted 6 billion in investment, and the total number of fusion companies increased to 43 from 33 a year earlier. The majority of private investment is drawn to countries with more predictable and graded regulatory approach, mainly in the US and UK, showing the EU needs to act decisively to maintain its technological leadership by creating an ecosystem for investment and growth of the fusion innovation sector. So let us start with the state of global fusion policy and its current challenges. Significant technological breakthroughs, as mentioned, already has been achieved, and we see increasing private investment in the fusion industry. In the first high-level panel, we will cover the EU and then the global perspective, and we'll also have a look into the future. You will also get a chance to ask your questions. We use technology to connect us, so if you may take your mobile phones in your hand, that could be helpful, because you could scan a Slido QR code for you to be able to connect throughout the day with us and ask a question. Or you may just support a question that somebody else asked already before you. You will find the internet connection, the Wi-Fi on your badges, as well as all the information about the agenda or the bios of all the speakers. So don't hesitate to look for that. But first, let us start with the broadest context, which will be presented by Rafael Grossi, Director-General of the International Atomic Energy Agency, in his video message.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, thank you for inviting me to address the EU Blueprint for Fusion Energy. It is encouraging to see fusion's future being discussed here and in a growing number of places. We are witnessing a remarkable change in the atmosphere surrounding the progress of fusion energy. Recent breakthroughs, like net scientific energy gain, have created real buzz. Decision makers and the public are keenly interested in fusion because it offers hope amid the challenges of climate change and energy security. From the very start, more than half a century ago, the IEA has been at the center of bringing the fusion community together. After more than 60 years, nuclear fusion, the field's first scientific journal, continues to be the place scientists publish their findings. For decades, our coordinated research projects and our scientific databases have facilitated fusion research. We are now also active in fusion engineering, safety, addressing environmental concerns, developing regulatory frameworks, and examining socio-economic dimensions. Last October, we held the 29th Fusion Energy Conference in London. There, the IEA launched the World Fusion Outlook, a global reference for developments and prospects in fusion energy. Last year, I traveled to Massachusetts, where the passion and innovation driving the field forward were palpable, both among students at MIT and engineers working with Commonwealth Fusion Systems' revolutionary high-temperature superconducting magnets. Such progress, and there are other examples, builds on important foundations, like those paved by ITER in designing, fabricating, and assembling components. Advancements in computational tools and scientific understanding have also been key accelerators. Meanwhile, the vital role of governments in creating, sustaining momentum cannot be overstated. Strategic public investment and support for public-private partnerships will be crucial to getting fusion energy from the laboratory to the grid. As fusion progresses, more stakeholders are entering the field, and many of them have been working with us. This year, the IAEA will convene the inaugural World Fusion Energy Group. It will bring together key players from industry, government, academia, and regulatory bodies to create a fusion energy community working coherently towards its common goals. The World Fusion Energy Group is about creating real impact, enhancing global cooperation, bridging technological gaps, and establishing a conducive regulatory approach. It's about making progress on many of the questions you will be discussing here today. The next leg of the journey will require a concerted effort from many sectors. We need to prioritize the development of enabling technologies and materials, strengthen public-private partnership, and harness private capital to drive commercial viability. It is encouraging to know so many of you are part of this effort. I'm looking forward to us working together. In closing, let me wish you a very successful event and say that I am keen to hear about its outcome. Thank you very much.
An opening speech by Rafael Grossi with the focus on or emphasis on the concerted approach of all of us. Now let me ask our panelists to join me at the stage. It is my pleasure to welcome here, and this will help you to find your place. So first let me welcome here Ian Chapman, Chief Executive Officer at United Kingdom Atomic Energy Authority and also the chair of the EIEA International Fusion Research. I will take this one, I'm sorry. Great, thank you very much. Also the chair of the International Fusion Research Committee, whose research has been recognized with number of international awards. We also have Randolph Bell, Head of International Government Affairs at Commonwealth Fusion System and at the same time an associate partner at Denton's Global Advisors. Welcome as well. Let me also welcome Ambrogio Fasoli, Program Manager at EUROfusion, Honorary Member of the American Physics Society, Professor at MIT. Thank you for coming and being here with us. Let me also welcome Laurent Piketty, Deputy CEO at the French Atomic Energy Commission, who was previously responsible for dismantling Operational Division and Nuclear Decommissioning. Thank you for joining us. I would also like to welcome to the stage Mr. Yutaka Kamada, Deputy Director-General for Science and Technology at ITER organization, who previously worked for Naka Fusion Institute and joined the ITER program in 1999. Welcome. And last but not least, Massimo Gariba, Deputy Director-General at the European Commission's DG Energy, which he joined after spending 7 years on the EU fusion research at the JET project. Welcome all, I'm happy to have you here. And let me start with Mr. Gariba, if I may. In the EU, the main tool to bring the policy objective of commercial fusion closer to reality has been the ITER project, which aims at providing the feasibility fusion on Earth. Could you explain the reasoning behind this approach and the considerations that have been taken into account?
Good morning, first of all. Thank you very much to everyone for being here. Well, I don't think I need very much to introduce ITER. ITER is one of the most ambitious research and energy projects that we have on this planet today, and wants to demonstrate the feasibility of fusion as an energy source. I mean, this is in short what it is. It is also a device that wants to study plasmas in conditions which are similar to those which are needed in a fusion reactor. So it is quite unique, and let me say it is a large step forward and quite different from the machines that have been that are in place and have been operating up to date. There are a number of also characteristics to ITER, which I think is important to highlight. The first one is that it is probably the first large-scale device where science and nuclear technology converge together, and this poses unprecedented challenges. This is one of the reasons why in this day we will be discussing also about how to regulate fusion. ITER is also an example of international cooperation. You know, it was born in a completely different era. It was born at the end of the Cold War. Now we seem to be moving a little bit geopolitically on the other side, but this partnership still resists and brings together 7 global actors, industries, laboratories, and universities that share this aim. Critics will say that ITER always looks at tomorrow. I think that it's important also to remind that ITER is useful for today, because there are quite a number of spillover technologies that find applications in today's society. It's also a big training machine, if you like, and it will be interesting to hear also later on from the startups and the private industry, how do they see the connection between the human resources and the skills which are developed in, let me say, traditional research establishment like ITER, and how they can be reused in their business. When it comes to the second part of your question, to the role of the Commission, I think that I can safely say that the Commission for several decades, and I am also a living testimony of that, has been consistently financing nuclear fusion. And on the path to that, I'm sure Ian will also mention JET, but on the path to that, there are different episodes. There is the strategic partnership that has been made with Japan, which led, first of all, to what Commissioner Simpson mentioned earlier, which is the inauguration of the biggest superconducting tokamak that there is today in the world, which is JT60SA in Naka. Which is designed as being complementary to ITER, so to do things that ITER is not designed to do. So I think it's important to understand that there is the concept of, you cannot have a series of cathedrals in the desert when you want to build a fusion landscape. You need rather a fusion ecosystem. And so when you look at this, you will see that one of the biggest showstoppers in the realization of fusion are materials. And this is why one of the other commitment and endeavors that the Commission has been looking at is also through the broader approach collaboration with Japan, but also going beyond towards Donetsk in Spain, is facilities that can actually work on the materials which are needed to contain the fusion reaction. It's a pretty complicated things to have given the thermal loads that you have. You will also know that through the Euratom Research and Training Program, the EUROfusion Consortium, which brings together all the European laboratories in fusion, is also financed, and this is again part of the human resources and so on. And last but not least, and I will conclude here, we are looking at ways to forge partnership between the private and the public sector in order to incentivize the road to fusion and possibly create also unexpected breakthrough in one or the other technologies which are needed in order to commercialize fusion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Mr. Gariba touched upon many topics. We will be happy to hear more about. Ms. Gariba touched upon many important topics as the relevance of ITER in nowadays world when such big projects are challenged by much smaller players, but with very, very ambitious goals. So, what makes ITER the cornerstone of global efforts towards commercial fusion? That would be probably my main question, but if you could define ITER's relevance in nowadays world, that would be also very nice. Mr. Kamada, please.
Okay, thank you very much. And let me, anyway, thank you very much for involving me in this very important meeting for discussing future fusion. Today, I'm briefly talking about what is now going on in the ITER project. Okay, the ITER mission, needless to tell to you, but it is demonstrate the scientific and technological feasibility of fusion power for peaceful purposes at a reactor scale. We have two representative big targets. One is to demonstrate the controlled fusion plasma with DT fusion gain equal 10 with the fusion power of 500 megawatt. The other is to demonstrate the integrated fusion engineering system. But even before reaching this big target, ITER is producing a large amount of values for fusion. And I believe that Europe should, roughly speaking, 10 times heavier than the existing world largest tokamaks. One is JET, the other is JT60SA, so very big. And therefore, the component or subsystem of ITER is very large and first of a kind. They are coming from 7 members, but mainly from Europe. And so ITER is a platform open to the world for fusion, science, technology, and human resources. This is one of the biggest achievement milestone recently. I'm very happy to report to you that the old 19 toroidal field coils manufacture have been completed and delivered to ITER site. And niobium-tin superconductor was fabricated by 6 members, and they came to Europe and Japan. And after combining with other coil cases, Europe produced 10 coils, and Japan 9 coils. This means that the ITER project, at least in particular Europe, has gained the supply chain and mass production. So this is one of the big step of the ITER project. Okay, this is showing the assembly procedure. It's a very big challenge of ITER. From the top left, we placed the cryostat base in May 2020, and after that we placed the lower thermal shield, and then we placed toroidal field coil number 6, and then number 5 from Europe. And the bottom line, we placed the first vacuum vessel sector module in May 2022. The sector module consists of the 40-degree sector vacuum vessel and the 2 toroidal field coils. However, we have found the geometric nonconformity in the field bevel joints of the vacuum vessel. And we decided to move it outside of the pit. And now we started the repair work. In addition, now we need some repair work for the thermal shield. However, the success of the machining and welding R&D, now as a repairment work is going very smoothly. So this is a big challenge, but this kind of the challenge is the role of ITER project. As for the plant support systems, the power supply system and also cooling water systems, and the superconducting coil power supply, and also cryo plant, everything are now operation or in commissioning. These are going very smoothly. So based on the recent situation with the ITER, now the ITER organization and 7 domestic agencies are updating the project baseline. It will be proposed to the ITER Council in this June. The previous baseline, we had first plasma phase, which was a brief low energy machine test to be immediately followed by the substantial assembly after that. Now, in the new baseline, ITER has consolidated its assembly stages to integrated fusion engineering from the initial operation phase. Then we are moving to the detail operation. So this is summarizing our message. What is the ITER value for Europe in particular? So this table is showing the component manufacture, assembly, and system integration, commissioning and operation and experiment. And then we are contributing to fusion code standard development and also for fusion regulation. Of course, implementation is necessary. However, that is not completion. We need to do evaluation. How the manufactured component is working well, and what kind of improvement we need, and we have to evaluate the assembly. So Europe has prepared and delivered a large amount of the component. That means we deeply hope the European institutions and companies to cooperate with us for the evaluation of this component. This will be a very big ITER value and contributing to the fusion development in Europe. That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kamada. Thank you for showing that it's a really, truly international endeavor that we are speaking here about. And no wonder ITER has been in the spotlight for many years. I would ask all of you speakers to hold the microphone closer to your mouth so that it's better hearable in the hall. But as we are in France and that ITER is based in France, is part of its DNA. Mrs. Piketty, hosting ITER on French territory is both a privilege and also a great responsibility. From the experience of French Atomic Energy Commission with ITER and with its operational, with your own operation at West Tokamak, what have been the important milestones reached in terms of this research cooperation?
Thank you very much. So the first and main element of response to this question is that we have achieved a great deal with ITER. Some 70% of the project has been completed. Of course, the last miles are the hardest one. And of course, the project faces difficulties and delay. We all know, but it is the case for all very large and technologically complex projects of this kind. And it does not mean that no mistakes were made or that there is no need for improvement, but it is important in the present time to insist on that point. And moreover, ITER remains completely relevant and necessary in the path toward fusion energy. As the first and only large-scale tokamak project, as you show, it was 800 cubic meter of plasma volume. ITER indeed has taught and still does teach the scientific community as well as the industry a lot about nuclear fusion. First of all, ITER is the only project actually undergoing the strenuous process of assembling and integrating complex and innovative systems and subsystems. Secondly, the targeted performances are unrevealed. ITER must indeed deliver 500 megawatt thermal power with a Q of 10 over 300 to 500 seconds. ITER has also been involved for 15 years with the Nuclear Safety Authority in works about a regulatory framework for fusion. And ITER is also an example of global international cooperation for ITER itself, but also through the broader approach, and through cooperation between fusion labs, in particular at European level. But several challenges are still lying ahead, especially when it comes to the nuclear side of fusion. And as you know, only 3 machines have actually operated a nuclear deuterium-tritium fusion device, so TFTR in Princeton, the European Jet in UK, and the NIF in Livermore, which is the only facility still in operation. Moreover, tritium management will be a key element on the way to commercialization, and this is true for ITER as for most other fusion projects.
Thank you. So the tritium will be a big challenge, I guess. You've mentioned the labs, and we have the privilege to have here the EUROfusion program manager, Mr. Fasoli. So how it is, what technologies do you see the most promising when we look at the recent development of new technologies in the fusion field? What are your insights, but also the insights of the national labs and their reaction to the German program on fusion and others?
Thank you very much for the question. It's a privilege to be here to speak on behalf of the hundreds of affiliated entities to our consortium across the 29 beneficiaries, 29 countries of EU and associated. So, of course, all the labs that they represent welcome innovation. You cannot not welcome innovation in a forward-looking transgenerational effort like that of fusion, naturally. That is innovation in science, innovation in enabling technologies. We have to embrace all the approaches that are now present and state-of-the-art: artificial intelligence, additive manufacturing, digitalization, all of these keywords that we hear left and right. They have to be incorporated in our program, and they are being incorporated. So we all welcome initiatives that bring innovation in our program from different angles. We also welcome an initiative that bring diversity in our program in all the senses of the word, from the human resources side, which is crucial, of course, also to the background of the know-how and the competence of the individuals that come in to participate to our program. All the labs in Europe are adapting their portfolio to embrace these aspects of innovation and address the gaps that remain on the way to a power plant that we have. However, I think it's important to underline that as ITER is actually demonstrating every day, that the most formidable challenge in fusion doesn't stay in each individual building block of science and technology, but really is in integration. ITER is demonstrating now how crucial and how difficult it is to integrate all the components, millions of components, into a machine that demonstrates that the plasma can be controlled and made it burn. In other words, can produce enough energy that it sustains its own reaction to some extent. So the approaches that are the ones that we have to embrace and we have to use to go towards a power plant are those that are compatible with integration. The ones that are not, they can bring innovation in some areas, but are not the ones that will make us speed up towards the power plant. And as of today, this aspect of integration that will make things work in a way that's compatible with the plant that's available most of the time, that can be also economically viable. Well, although these approaches have to converge into one. As of today, we believe the magnetic approach based on the tokamak concept, that is exactly what ITER is demonstrating, is the one that's the closest to being ready to demonstrate such innovation. We don't exclude alternatives, even, of course, in the magnetic approach. For example, a stellarator, which needs to being brought to maturity as soon as possible at the same level as the tokamak concept is now. Again, everything we do has to be in view of this element. Things have to work together. If they work individually, they're not leading to a power plant. And that's exactly the lesson that we are learning day by day. We have learned in the past decades. We are learning day by day also from ITER. Thank you very much.
I thank you. Thank you for mentioning the importance of working together. So we should also look at our neighbors across the English Channel, but as well as the Atlantic Ocean, because they have loads to say about that. And we probably start across the Atlantic Ocean, as there are many companies being active in the field of fusion energy, and with a high success. We have the Commonwealth Fusion System representative here, Randolph Bell. But we also were supposed to have his colleague Jennifer Garton, who couldn't attend in person finally, but she sent us an answer to a question that we asked her. And it was, what are the key concepts and decisions that have enabled CFS to undertake its endeavor? And Jennifer will also introduce CFS more in detail at the beginning. So let's hear her answer.
Hello, I'm Jennifer Ganton. I'm the Chief Global Affairs Officer at Commonwealth Fusion Systems. I want to thank you for the invitation to give remarks today at this very important discussion. I wish I could have been there in person, but I unfortunately broke my foot, so I'm unable to travel. But I welcome the opportunity to provide a private company perspective. Commonwealth Fusion Systems was founded in 2018, spun out of MIT, leveraging decades of fusion research, combined with the speed of the private sector. Our mission is to make fusion energy a reality, commercializing fusion power at an industrial scale. We are developing the technology and doing it as quickly as possible to solve some of the world's biggest challenges, climate change and energy security. Once we are there, we need to be able to build and deploy our fusion power plants globally. It's exciting, but we're doing something new that's never been done before, so we're having to forge new paths in many ways. Right now, we are building Spark, a fusion machine that will show all the systems work and can produce more power out than in a commercially relevant design for the first time. We have also built and are now operating a factory that will supply the key components to these fusion machines. All of this is built on decades of science from MIT, coupled with a revolutionary technology breakthrough of a new material, high-temperature superconductors, which will allow us to accelerate the building of these machines to be smaller and more commercial. We are also underway in a global site search for the early power plants we plan to build in the 2030s. We are building something that will be transformative, but we're not alone. There are now over 40 private fusion companies, and more than half of those companies are aiming to have fusion power on the grid in the early to mid-2030s. This will be a whole new industry in the next decade. This means that we need to be putting in place the policies and regulations now that will support and enable the new fusion industry. It's important to recognize the early policies that have enabled the industry to be where it is today. Policies that resulted in decades of funding for fusion research at national labs and universities. This work has been the building block that underpins today's commercial pathways for fusion. Funding for fusion research will remain an important policy, but we're at a moment in time where there needs to be new policies that recognize the emergence of a commercial fusion industry. We've seen early movers in this space. In 2021, the UK set out a vision for UK fusion that focused not just on UK's unique scientific and technical expertise, but on commercializing that technology, developing a thriving UK fusion sector, and collaborating internationally. And in 2022, the United States released their bold decadal vision for commercial fusion energy. And they've announced a number of international collaborations to support that effort just in the past year. Both countries have also made formal decisions to develop risk-appropriate regulatory frameworks for commercial fusion that look more like regulations for particle accelerators versus fission regulations, taking a byproduct material regulatory approach. In line with the US vision, the US government has also stood up a unique milestone-based cost share program to support the development of private fusion power plant designs. The program aligns the public sector and the private sector on research priorities that support several commercial fusion concepts. In addition to this, we're now seeing several other governments announce their intent to pursue commercial fusion policies and embark on developing and aligning national fusion regulations. We're engaging with these governments regularly and welcome the opportunity to be part of the dialogue on the EU blueprint for fusion energy. I don't think I can stress enough, though, the importance of providing clear certainty in both time and cost of deploying fusion power plants that is needed for companies to make investment decisions. Those countries and markets that implement commercial fusion policies and put risk-appropriate regulations in place early will provide that certainty and will likely be the early markets for fusion power. There is much to be done, but if we have the policies and regulatory frameworks right, we have the chance to enable one of the biggest transformations in the global energy system. Thank you again for the opportunity to share some thoughts, and we look forward to being a part of the ongoing policy and regulatory discussions.
That was Jennifer Garten, but Randolph, well, would you add something, and probably how far are we from commercialization of the fusion technologies?
Thank you all. Thank you all so much for inviting us here. It's a distinct pleasure to be on the stage with all these esteemed guests. Again, Jennifer Ganton apologizes that she couldn't be here at the last moment. Her doctor said she was not allowed to travel. Her foot wasn't healing quite as fast as she was hoping. I want to first just respond to the question that Deputy Director Gariba posed during his remarks about the role that ITER has played in the startup ecosystem. And I just want to emphasize how crucial ITER has been for both the human resources, so all of our founders and any number of the people on the scientific team have either worked with ITER or the labs that are supporting ITER. And so it really has built up the technological know-how within I think many different companies. And then at the same time, it's really built the supply chain. I don't think we would be where we are with Spark if the ITER supply chain hadn't gotten there first and done a lot of that work. And so I want to really emphasize how crucial ITER is as the tippy point of the spear for building this fusion ecosystem. Now, to answer your question, where is CFS on its timeline? So our plan is to have a commercial fusion device on the grid in the early 2030s. And you should expect an announcement about our first site, potentially sites, sometime this year. And so let's work backward from there. That machine is called ARC. We are right now building Spark, which Jennifer referenced, which is our demonstration device. That's being built outside of Boston in Devens, Massachusetts. You all are welcome to come and visit. I know some of you have seen it. It's really quite cool to see. We will begin commissioning that machine next year, turning it on in 26, with Q greater than 1 soon thereafter. And there'll be a campaign over the following months to ramp up to Q10, Q11. And that will really prove out the concept and lead to the final design for ARC. So that's where we are right now.
Thank you for the outlook. Thank you. And we move a bit closer from the US to the UK, so just above the channel, across the channel. We've heard already that the UK decided not to take its part in ITER anymore, but it has a really long fusion record taken JET is on its territory, and UK also decided for fusion strategy. Could you get us a bit more into the detail of it? What's your plan?
Sure. So firstly, I should just say a number of the panelists mentioned JET, and we've now ceased operations on JET, but JET leaves an indelible mark in fusion history, and frankly, the field would not be where it is without the ambition and the collective work on JET, and I think it is a great testimony to what we can achieve when we work together. So thank you for everybody in this room that's participated in JET over 40 years. You have made a huge difference to the field. So you asked a question about the UK fusion strategy. As Jennifer actually said, the government published a fusion strategy in 2021. That has two main goals. The first is to deliver a prototype power plant which actually produces net energy and the second is to establish an industrial base which can then help deliver power plants globally. And sort of inherent in both of those goals, because we don't have a working blueprint for a power plant yet, inherent in both of those goals is to overcome a number of technical challenges, which a number of the panelists mentioned, in order to get to that stage, right? Now, beyond those two goals, I think the thing which the UK government is doing quite a good job on is the need for holistic intervention. So it's no good just investing in research. Equally, it's no good just investing into a power plant program. You need to have a complete program which goes from research and test facilities into innovation and invention, supply chain development, working with finance bodies to how we're going to raise the capital, because all fusion is hugely capitally intensive. So there needs to be a lot of capital mobilized, developing a skills base, having the right policy framework, having the right regulatory framework, choosing sites, benefiting from clustering of companies together. And I'm actually very proud the UK is doing all of those things, which is really, I think, a very positive thing for the field. On the prototype power plant, we are pursuing a spherical tokamak, so a compact design, in a machine called STEP. We are aiming to complete the build of that device, which will produce net power, that's the aim, by around 2040. That is, at the same time, both depressingly far away, but also ridiculously ambitious. It is both of those things at once. And so that's what we're aiming to do. We have found a site. It was the site of a coal power station which ceased operation last year. I think that's the only power plant program in the world which has a site, which I think shows you the sort of nascency of our field. And we are working on delivering a private-public partnership. Now, I'm sure we'll hear quite a lot about that today. I think there are different ways of viewing that, by the way. So in the UK, we both stimulate startup companies, and we have innovation programs and actually seed money which goes into startup companies to help bring invention and innovation into the field. And hundreds of millions of private money has gone into the UK companies in that ecosystem. But at the same time, we recognize that to deliver power plants requires huge companies, big energy companies, big engineering firms. You know, I often say to my government that the UKAEA, we have just about 3,000 people now, which makes us the biggest fusion organization in the world. And my aspiration is that we are not the biggest fusion organization in the world, because we're a research organization. We don't deliver big infrastructure. I want there to be a company that delivers big infrastructure, a big energy company, who have tens of thousands of people working in fusion. That, to me, constitutes success. And that is what we're trying to do in our ecosystem. So bring some of the big firms that actually deliver energy infrastructure and get them involved in fusion. And ITER has been transformative in that regard, because it has done that. You know, there are many, many thousands of people working on delivering ITER today.
I was just wondering,
right? So
yeah.
completely transformed the field and has been a hugely important step in doing that. But now we hopefully bring some of the companies with big capital as well into the program. Thank you.
I thank you. You've mentioned ITER, and there is a question. I already take the side of question because I think it's good to start to look in the future. But this one is to assess what has been done, what did work and what did not work in ITER. Lessons learned for future PPP. So what do you think? What worked and what did not work? That we could take some lessons learned from ITER. Mr. Kamada, I think that will be mostly...
Okay, thank you very much. As everybody knows, ITER is a kind of conservative but most robust way to reach the Q equal to 500 megawatt fusion power generation. But thinking about the next generation, I mean the power plant, do you believe the power plant can be bigger than ITER? It is very, very challenging. And can Europe make the bigger toroidal field coil bigger than ITER? Not so easy. So from this point of view, at least ITER-sized fusion reactor is important, we need. And that means we need to increase the plasma pressure a little bit twice, because fusion reactor, we need maybe 2,000 megawatt of thermal power, and which is 4 times bigger than ITER. That means we need plasma pressure to be doubled. Therefore, one way is to increase the magnetic field. The other way is to increase the plasma pressure limit. This kind of approach is a very important thing. So some amount of compactness is needed for our future, but it has not been involved in the ITER project baseline. Therefore, I deeply hope the European institution and companies to try to enhance the plasma pressure. That automatically means the power flux onto the surface in the first wall and diverter should be increased. The high field way of the US and the spherical tokamak way of the UK needs to concentrate on this common way. This is my impression. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone would like to react? I would take it as a challenge that they are ahead of us when it comes to fusion. So, if you could add some more challenges you see from your position, from your point of view, in fusion policy or regulation or commercialization, whatever, what 3 main challenges do you see? And do we take the private sector as a challenge, meaning time-wise pressure?
Well, I think there are, in my view, there are 3 main different challenges. There is still a technological challenge, you forgive me, but it seems, you know, when you talk about demonstration plants and so on, it seems that it's all solved. I said it before, I think there are a number of showstoppers that needs to be overcome. One, I told you, is materials. I don't think we are there. I mean, I tend to be contradicted, but I don't think we are there. And the second one is to demonstrate that you can breed tritium. You need to be able to have the fluid. So ITER is fundamental in demonstrating that these 2 main issues can be solved. And I think that this is, for me, one of the biggest value that this project has, because it's going, as I said before, to demonstrate the possibility of having the generation of energy in a reactor-type environment. This means in a sustainable way. If not, we are not in a reactor-type environment. So that, I think, is, and this is the challenge that we have for the next decade with ITER. We would have liked to have it a little bit earlier, but this is, I'm afraid, where we are. The second thing is, as you rightly mentioned, is the role of all the private initiatives. I think that they have an absolutely fundamental role. They have to create a competitive environment. A competitive environment is one whereby you want to beat timelines and costs, which are usually the shortcomings of public research. And it is one where, as I said, I'm pretty sure that you can demonstrate one or the other things. I'm sorry, I'm very skeptical, and I say it openly, I'm very skeptical that as of today, any of the 43, if I heard correctly, startups which are there, will reach reactor-like conditions. They will reach probably Q equal 10, they will reach one or the other things that are needed to use fusion afterwards in a commercial environment, but I'm quite skeptical that they will reunite everything in a single machine and in a single element with the timescales which are proposed, of course. The third thing that I would like to say is that today there is a certain relationship between the public research and industry, which is, if you like, a client-supplier relationship. And so the, let me say, scientists and engineers that work on ITER and similar machines, they design their own components, they go there, they put specifications which are usually extremely difficult for industry to fulfill, and they place contracts that then show, let me say, different degrees of manufacturability, if I can use this word. I think that one of the biggest challenges that there is for the next years to come is actually to transform this relationship in one where the supply chain, therefore the industry which is behind all this, becomes the engine behind the specifications that are needed for this machine, and use their own resources in order to deliver these components. It's a difficult transformation, and it's a transformation that will mark, in my view, the moment from which fusion is, full recipient of public financing, to the point where the whole of the supply chain is going to be interested in investing in realizing fusion machines for their own benefit and profit. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for putting it at its stance. I think there is a reaction on a skeptical view from an optimist that promised 2030s. So, how do you see the challenges posed by Massimo Garuba?
So, as the only private sector representative up here, I feel like I need to respond. Now, I want to caveat this. I am not a technical person, so if you ask me technical questions, I will not be able to answer in any real way. But I am a policy person. I understand policy, I understand politics, and I understand people. And I think that that's very important how I'm going to respond. But I do want to first say, I think we can all agree materials is an important piece of research that we all need to be working on. There's been in the scheme of fusion science and science in general, there's been very limited work done on materials that would exist under a fusion environment. And we would encourage the facilities that are being built or considered to be accelerated to meet these timelines. We want to see that happen in the commercial space, and I think that would benefit the world. I think that we need to understand that the climate crisis is an accelerating crisis, and that even if you do not believe commercial timelines, you really should wish that we were right. Because if fusion does happen in the early 2030s, or 2040, as Ian is suggesting, that's a game changer for meeting the climate challenge. So without getting into the technical detail, I want to go to the policy question, which is, if the private sector is right, does the EU want to be set up to have the policies in place to move very quickly? Do you want to have the optionality so that if CFS or Proxima from Germany, or if any of these companies hits their timelines, and there's a chance that that's true, there's a chance that that is not true, that it won't happen. Do you want to be ready for that so that we can all move quickly? And I think that the most important piece, the sort of level setting for making sure the EU is ready, is on the regulatory front. And we've heard this over and over again, and again,
I get the message. Don't be pessimistic. Think more optimistically and get ready for that. Because if you stay behind, then you will stay behind even more when it happens.
That's absolutely right. And regulation is the key. If we are building a machine that can get licensed in the US and in the UK, we hope it can also get licensed in the EU at the same speed, at the same cost. And just in terms of your skepticism, I really hope that you can come visit us in Devens and see this as a standing invitation. Please come and see what we're doing. We've just seen over and over again, as people see what we're doing, they are at least more open to our concepts. So, and I extend that to everybody in this room.
Ambrogio, Fasoli, would you answer? How do you see it from scientific?
I try to mediate. I'm sitting in between the two, so I'm trying to also mediate that, representing the labs, where as I said before, there's an appetite for innovation, maybe a little bit of risk, but also there's a knowledge, and in Europe, they are saying, Europe in an extended sense, or the world, including UK, I think we have the most comprehensive program where we understand things from the basic concepts all the way through the engineering integration and so on. So we do have an appetite for maybe a little bit more risk. We have an appetite for innovation, but we are absolutely aware of the fact that, as I mentioned before, things have to work together. So it's in that sense, I'm aligned with Massimo. It's easy to demonstrate, or relatively easy to demonstrate, you can achieve such and such parameters separately, but the key point, again, is to achieve them together, and to achieve it in a system that has high maintainability, reliability, inspectability, and so on and so forth, so that can be commercialized. Having said that, I do think we have to have a perspective which is optimistic, and in which we also integrate, of course, the milestone that we have now, which is ITER. As I am also a teacher and university professor, I see the eyes of the young generation. They need to have perspective that's optimistic. They need to see that we actually have the same approach. After all, I don't see the dichotomy between private and public. We have to work hand in hand. We need to go as fast as possible, but as realistic as possible, as agile as possible, and using the comprehensive know-how that we have in Europe, again, once more, unique in the world, and our very strong role in the development of the ITER project, and hopefully in the exploitation of the ITER project. And we have to learn lessons day by day from ITER in order to go as fast as possible to the next step, which is the demonstration power plant, or the prototype power plant.
When you go to the okay, Laurence Piketty, I'm sorry. You wanted to react.
So some word, because I agree that a lot remains to be done to advance on key elements, and we must say that. And materials resilient to extreme conditions, and fuel cycle, tritium cycle, and heat exhaust and remote maintenance is very important to address that. The new fusion contest for fusion is creating a lot of opportunities, but might also lead to some risk, diverging strategies between country and stakeholders, and unkept promises. So it's very important to say that. And let me finally say some word about regulation. It is clear that some of the major nuclear fission safety issues are not applicable to fusion, is sure, as severe accident, for example. But fusion energy remains a nuclear energy and will require to deal with radioactive elements such as tritium and neutronic activation of components. So it's very important to have a simple but real regulation.
When you get to the topic of regulation, we got a question from the audience. Would simpler regulatory approach for experimental machine with small tritium inventory pose risks when scaling to commercial size machines with large tritium inventory? Could we have simpler regulatory framework for small facilities to move faster?
I'll jump in. I know we're going to talk more about regulation later on, but the US and the UK have both taken approaches, in large part based on the experience with JET in the UK, that are simple and scalable approaches based not on any sort of arbitrary threshold of, say, tritium inventories, but on the risk of the machine itself, of the inputs, the radioactive
So the graded
inputs.
approach, you mean?
It's scalable. So
scalable.
It really looks at the risk that you present. In the US, it's under Part 30 of the NRC, and so it's like a particle accelerator, where in the UK, it's regulated by Health and Safety and the Environmental Agency, not by the nuclear regulator, which is exactly how JET was regulated.
You will definitely go more into detail in the panel that will be about regulation, but I just wanted to ask that question. But there is a question from each panelist that really is nice and touched upon the topic of students. If you were now an engineering student about to finish your degree, would you rather go to work at ITER, at an EUROfusion lab, UK Atomic Energy Authority, or Commonwealth Fusion System? So you have the choice, ITER, EUROfusion, UK Atomic Energy Agency, or Commonwealth Fusion System. Which one would you choose? Who starts? Mr. Kamada, start.
Okay. Very frankly speaking, very young people just coming to ITER is not I think, a good way. So I deeply hope the next generation people are enhancing their experience in the existing facilities. So this is the best way for that person to think about his or her future of a fusion engineer. So important thing is now to resolve the practical issue is the important way. So I'm not so sure UK is better or Commonwealth is better, but I'd like to say that the JT60SA is also European and Japanese tokamak, and starting a JT60SA experiment is also important. Thank you.
But yeah, you took the chance to attract some more students, or I believe that you both do the same, but well...
No, I'm going to be a very good British diplomat and say the answer depends on the profile of the person. If you are a deep scientist or engineer, you probably go to work in a national lab. If your interest is in learning about the integration and the construction of a very large facility that produces power, you go and work at ITER. If you're more entrepreneurial in bent and you want to be inventive and come up with new ideas, you probably go and work in a startup.
And when
so
I go to your, you skipped UK agency authority.
Oh, we do all of those three things, so you can all come to us.
Okay, thank you.
So I think, first of all, they would like to have 4 engineers who choose the different path in parallel, which is the approach. We need more people and high quality. To begin with, of course, you have to start somewhere in an academia. And it's very important that we maintain the contacts. I very much welcome, in fact, the approach of the ITER management at present to be very much open to the exchange with academia. Without academia, we would not have any oxygen to breathe. That's where people come from. Most people in the private companies, including in US, and we're proud of, they come from our own European academic system. So first of all, you have to start there. And then, I think it depends a little bit on your personal perspective, but I think the barriers are permeable. That's very crucial. People have to go in different places. People have to collaborate. We have wonderful examples of people who were started in a very academic lab. They went to JET, the largest tokamak until last December, and then they moved to CFS, or they went to ITER. Maybe not very, very beginning of their career, but there has to be a permeable set of barriers in between these projects because they're all part of the same effort, and that is the effort for fusion. So we do not have to have barriers. People have to go everywhere. And actually, many of us have done that in our careers. We've been in different places. We learn from every place. We brought our modest contribution to each place, and then later on, we can, of course, have a global vision. And the young people have to move around in the same way.
Okay, thank you. So far, those represented in the question answered, but European Commission is not there. What would you choose being a student in the last year of your studies?
Actually, I did. I went to JET, but this was a few years ago. My recommendation would actually, for an engineering student, because the word there is engineering student, yeah. It's not for a theoretical physicist. But if you are an engineering student, I would strongly recommend that you go where there is a machine. Because only when you are building or operating a machine, you understand the difference between theory and practice, and you understand how actually a machine behaves, what are the unexpected things that happen, and this will then teach you what are the difficulties and how to solve them. So this is what this would be my recommendation to an engineering student. And then yes, moving around, I fully value that. I think that moving around is is a very important thing, because you will discover that people look at things in different ways, and this is part of, let me say, creating an engineering culture. So this is what I think I can contribute to this question.
Thank you. Laurent Piketty still haven't answered, and well, we could say that the French authority is the same as the UK authority, but what would you choose, or what would you advise to a student? Where would you tend to go as an engineering student?
I think just near ITER we have a laboratory in CA, so called waste, tokamak, so it's a good entry, and after to go to ITER, just not far from that, and so it will a very good area for fusion near ITER, in CA and near ITER, so I think it's a good idea for a young student to come here to make research and to build after that a big machine for fusion.
So again, where the machine is, there it is the place for engineering students. Thank you very much. You wanted to add something?
I'll just respond that if this engineering student is a real person, you should look at the CFS job board and see if there's anything that fits, because we are always hiring and we are building a machine. So, but if not, obviously, as I've said, all of these research programs are incredibly important for getting this done.
Thank you. Well, we have plenty of questions, but I think some of them aim to a topic I wanted to touch upon as well. What key actions does EU need to take to stay relevant and at the forefront of fusion development? So, what key actions do we need to take?
Well, I can mention 2 or 3 things. I think that the first big challenge that we have and is coming up, on the one hand with the ITER rebaselining, and on the other hand with the fact that the EU will need to discuss its finances for the next period that starts in 2028, is to secure resources for fusion and for ITER in particular in the next financial period, which are adequate and up to the challenge. I think this is the first thing that we should be looking at from the EU institutional side. The second point, I have lots of sympathy for, and I'm very, I will be a very attentive listener to the discussion on the regulation on fusion. I think that there are different approaches which are being taken at present. It's not for me to say which is more valid or less valid. I think that each of them has different merits. But I think that there has to be a careful reflection on what kind indeed of regulatory environment we want to have in Europe in order to facilitate the investments and the possibilities of having what I said before, an ecosystem of fusion devices that complete the overall parts of the chain. Will it be fuel? Will it be waste? And so on and so forth. So for me, this is the second thing. And in Europe, we have if you look at how nuclear fission is regulated, we have clear national responsibility for the implementation, but we have EU-level legislation as well, which sets the principle. So how to do it in fusion, whether this framework is the best at present that we have, I think it should be subject to a discussion before a full decision is taken. We need also to incentivize the private investments. I don't want to be misunderstood with what I call my skepticism before. I think that the value of having the private side working with the public side of research is going to be the spring that puts everything in motion. I mean, we already heard about human resources and the mobility between the different environments and so on, and you know, how people should move from one side to the other. So I think that, again, you know, at the moment we seem to have these, I would say, a little bit two separate worlds. The question is how to bring them together in the most efficient way and creating a multiplier effect. This is what we need at the end of the day.
We also have a study on that here, represented by Trinomics, that worked for DG ENER, and we'll talk about it. So what main actions could we probably learn from Japan in the actions that should be taken in Europe?
Okay, yeah, this is a little bit difficult question to answer, but frankly speaking, I'd like to say the following thing. I have been working in the plasma research area together with the European colleagues more than 30 years. And for construction, the J6SA, more than 15 years. Based upon my experience, the strongest point of Europe is Europe is preparing the very wide research and development opportunity for many people. So one person can experience many kind of things in Europe. So for example, in the plasma research area, I deeply respect EUROfusion's way. And they are utilizing other 7 or 8 or more devices and preparing a research opportunity for one person, in particular even young persons. And this is a very important thing. And for all the engineering area, so many European engineers have experiencing the ITER and also the domestic tokamak and accelerator construction. This kind of very wide opportunity is the strongest point of Europe. And thinking about the future, so this is not only Europe, but some merging of the engineering research and plasma physics research is an important area. So, as I said, the evaluation of the procurement and also the assembly should be done by not only an engineer, but also the physicist. Now, what kind of evaluation should be done? Thinking about that, much more merging of the engineering the society and the plasma society is a very important thing. This is my comment. Thank you.
Thank you. The French experience and the actions needed in EU to be taken.
So we would welcome initiatives by the EU that would, on the one hand, ensure ITER success by delivering on schedule the components falling under EU's responsibility. It's very, very important. And initiate also a steering body to draw up a new wide fusion strategy, which is currently split between the contribution to ITER in one hand and the EUROfusion scope in the other hand. And so the recently announced creation of a group of national experts is a welcome first step forward to have one head. And we also welcome the preparation of the R&D private-public partnership recently announced. For us, is a good way of making people and initiative work together and cooperate. In our view, this partnership should be led by the industry, while of course still integrating the largest public laboratories.
Thank you. I guess you also have some points that EUROfusion sees as important.
Sure. Most of them actually have been mentioned by the other members of the panel who just spoke, and so I'm happy to confirm that they are completely aligned with our own view. Maybe I can add a couple of points. First of all, to reinforce one point which is absolutely crucial, and that is one of the strengths of our program has been historically the European cohesion. And that has to remain a point of strength. And we absolutely have to do everything we can to maintain that. That culminated in the JET experiments, in the JET world records, which are envied by all over the planet, and in our contribution to ITER, of course. So that has to be stay that way. We have to have a preparation of the ITER scientific exploitation together as Europe, not as one entity or as one lab, as one procurement agency here and there. We really have to do it together as one full team. And so we have to work from EUROfusion together with Fusion for Energy, and of course with the Commission to be acting as one team. So that for me remains a crucial element, and only in that way will we exploit at best ITER for the sake of ITER, and also for the sake of the return on investment and experience from Europe, which has put and will be putting so much into it. The second point, which has not been mentioned, and I like to mention it, is that also we should work with the Commission to find a way to collaborate in a win-win manner with all the partners outside the European Union and the private sector. I'm thinking, of course, of UK. In a way, we already have a way to collaborate, and other associate countries, but within the European, let's say, geographical perimeter, but also with US, in particular with the private initiative in US, which are so interesting, and with China, which is pushing forward very, very strongly. We have to find a way to take the best of this possible collaboration, and we have to do it again together as Europe.
Thank you for saying that, because I was getting lost in the questions. You are sending plenty, and I think some of them we'll use in the next panels to come. But one is touching upon the international collaboration, and I think can be posed a question as a question to Randolph. Are we rather starting a time for fusion competition rather than for international collaboration?
That's a great question. I think a little of both. So some competition is very healthy. I think, as Massimo said, that this is, by creating some competition, we are pushing programs to move faster to reach our shared goals. However, I think that you've seen some really interesting collaborations that have come out recently internationally: the U.S. International Fusion Strategy, the U.S.-UK partnership, the U.S.-Japan partnership, the UK-Canada partnership. ITER, of course, is a great example of international collaboration, and all of the work that everyone is doing in various labs. I think that's all very important to keep that collaboration going, while also recognizing that we all need some fire under us in order to move faster, because the goal really is fusion as fast as possible.
Thank you. Ian?
Same question. I'm going to combine those two questions, if I may.
You can, put them together.
So, look, I mean, Ambrosio said that we work together, and of course we're really excited about continuing to work with EUROfusion and hopefully find a way to participate in ITER too. You know, we think that there's huge benefit in working together in projects such as those where we're all learning. That's mutual benefit. At the same time, I sort of agree with what Randy just said, that it is also useful in the ecosystem to have some competitive tension. That is a good thing. It drives us all to go faster. And actually, to your question about what does the EU need to do going forward, I mean, I totally agree with what the colleagues said about priority number one is ITER, deliver ITER. By doing so, you bring confidence to member states, you bring confidence to financiers, you bring confidence to supply chain companies, so it's paramount. You must deliver ITER first and foremost. At the same time, by the next framework programme, you know, I would like to see a consensual, clear position on how the EU is going to deliver fusion power. I mean, it gets, or could get, the biggest benefit from hosting and having the biggest share in ITER, but if there's not a coherent plan for what comes after ITER, then that benefit could be atrophy or could be lost. I mean, Kamada-san also already showed us the fabulous progress on magnets. Well, those magnets are built. What do those companies go and do now? There's not a successor, right? So it's super, super important to have a clear plan and a clear strategy as to what comes next. And is that in the EU going to be that the Euratom programme and the Commission are there to set sort of fertile ground, and then all member states might pursue their own variant of a fusion power plant? Or is it going to be that there's one European fusion power plant and everybody's working together on it? And if that is the case, then we really should get on with a siting process and the governance arrangements of how that's going to be led, because it won't be led by a consortium of 29 members. It must have a company to lead it. So all of those things, I think, are really big questions and really need to be decided quite urgently, lest the EU risk all the benefit that it should accrue from ITER atrophying. So I think they're quite urgent questions.
I was just wondering, we already see, for example, the German move forward to the demo, but there are just some European countries in this movement. So that was probably your call for being united within Europe as well. But as we can see, we mainly talked about the magnetic confinement fusion, but there is a question about the inertial confinement fusion. So, the recent fusion excitement has been sparked by National Ignition Facility and inertial confinement fusion experiment. Should there be greater emphasis on inertial confinement fusion? What do you think? Is it time to start to invest in inertial confinement fusion for Europe as well? How does the DG NR sees it? Nobody wanted to answer, I'm sorry.
We can always start. I mean, what we know is that magnetic confinement devices, and tokamaks in particular, are the most advanced at the moment. And without, how can I say, taking away anything from the great achievements that have been made in the US, I think that the less risky path that we have in front of us is actually the one that we have with magnetic confinement fusion at the moment. And so I think that one should always be open, but it's also a question of resources, how much resources you want to devote to one at the other. And we have, let me say, pretty large commitments at this stage with ITER and with the fusion magnetic path. So I think that it is something, again, I hear the...
Less risky, more advanced.
Yeah,
we have
but I understand, it's not that, it's again, should you put all your eggs in one basket? I mean, should you only do tokamaks? Shouldn't you also do stellarators? Should you completely exclude inertial fusion? I mean, I don't think that this is the way in which the question should be posed. The question should be posed is what is the less risky path that brings us to the production of energy through fusion. And once you answer this question, then you will have your priorities clear and decide what you want to do and where you start first and how you prioritize the different things.
But in the UK fusion strategy, it's a bit different.
Not really. So I'll give you a perspective from the UK as a medium-sized economy. Obviously, we don't have the financial wherewithal of the European Union. But from our perspective, it would be churlish to think that we could build up a program which is comparable to what the US have done. They've invested many billions and have many hundreds of people working on inertial confinement fusion. For us to start at a low base to try to sort of compete or be working at that level is inconceivable, really. It would take a lot of money and many decades. So we should acknowledge the brilliant work that's happened in the US and their long-term commitment on that program, and not think you can just start overnight. That said, there is huge synergy between inertial confinement and magnetic confinement. A lot of the subsystems, you were already talking about tritium systems, they apply to both, right? So, there's a lot of a lot of subsystems on tritium and materials and remote handling and various other things which would apply equally to both. And the substantial investments in the UK and also in the EU in those areas would for sure help an inertial confinement program. So that maybe is where an international collaboration could come in.
Thank you. Laurence Piketty.
You know that the most challenges are common to inertial and magnetic fusion. Both approaches require, among other things, materials resilient to extreme conditions, a fully functional tritium cycle, and heat extraction mechanism. And at the moment, it's true that magnetic fusion is the most advanced, especially if we want to commercialize and to produce electricity. By the way, as you probably know, France is also historically very much committed to inertial confinement. We have a machine, a laser megajoule, in the southwest of France, but it is for a military application. It's not for electricity production at the moment.
That's true. Thank you. Would anyone else like to react? For example, the labs could have their say.
Of course, there's common science and aspects of common technology, so it's very important to take advantage of the exchanges there. Also, again, at educational level, I mean, people have to learn the fundamentals. The fundamentals are to some extent similar. My neighbor said, if we want to go towards a commercial power plant, then we have to maybe concentrate. We do want to go to a commercial power plant. Therefore, we have to concentrate. So that would be our conclusion. Yes, keep in touch activities, common science and common aspects of technologies, but we have to focus somehow because we do want to go towards the demonstration power plant as fast as possible.
Thank you. Yeah.
I'll just add one thing. As a private company that has chosen probably the most conservative, the least conservative of the most conservative approaches, so tokamak, et cetera, but it's still pretty aggressive. We think there's real value in multiple shots on goal, and we think that to our colleagues out there who are working on inertial confinement, we want to say, yeah, this is really important. There are going to be synergies across the board, but also at a very practical level, Europe is starting to see funding, private investment move to the United States because there is not facilities for this. And so there's a very practical reason to attract, it doesn't need to be everybody, but to have some sort of program on inertial because there is money to be, private money looking to invest. And so there may be an opportunity. Again, this is the kind of thing where coordination is important because no one program can do everything, but having that as an opportunity in Europe could be a good thing for attracting private funding.
I use again a question. Is there, from you, is there going to be a strategic action for European fusion technology sovereignty as it is for space and defense? No action as well. If we can put it on the screen, but is there going to be a strategical action for European fusion technology sovereignty? Okay, I'll probably broaden it with a question that I wanted to ask before that, and that goes to the EU fusion program. There is a question, what is the aim of EU fusion program? Do we develop a commercial reactor, and by when? If not, do we focus on technologies like materials and tritium bearing?
Well,
Breeding. Well, it disappeared. Sorry. Oh, it jumped up. Yeah.
Well, if you want an answer to that, I think we've been pretty clear in this panel. We have each of us in a slightly different way said that we want to commercialize fusion energy and produce electricity with it. So this is the ultimate goal of the fusion program. I think that this is very clear. You heard Commissioner Simpson saying that. That from the EU side, this is what we want to do, and we are all, with different tools and means. And I'm thinking, the different actors and stakeholders that there are in this process. We are all working towards this aim, being the laboratories, being ITER, being the private sector, and so on. I mean, the private sector...
Probably new in that question is by when?
Oh, that's the million-dollar question. Thank you very much.
Does ITER has any view when we could have a commercial reactor in Europe? By when we could have a commercial reactor?
So it depends upon when Europe is starting as a construction of the first power plant. And depending upon that, so ITER can contribute to for everything at each stage of the ITER project progress.
Yeah, that's why we have ITER to help us to get to the commercialization.
Yes, and so as I said, the achievement of the ITER mission is not only the ITER value for the European fusion reactor. And each stage, ITER is producing our ITER value and contributing to the European reactor.
Yeah,
I'll have a go on by when. By not answering the question, but by asking a different question, which is how much money are you prepared to spend and how much risk are you prepared to take? Because that determines by when. I think the thing that I've taken away from JET, as well as the establishment of a brilliant cadre of people, the other thing which I think is JET's legacy is ambition. When JET was built in the late 70s, the thing which preceded it, PLT, sort of fit on this stage comfortably. It was a tiny machine, and to go from there to JET, a DT facility which is huge and complex in one step with no models, was massive ambition, absolutely massive ambition, because the oil price was through the roof in the late 70s, early 80s, and so there was huge ambition to deliver clean energy sources. And that is what I take away from the success of JET, is to trust the ingenuity of people, because that was such a huge leap and such a dive into the unknown, and it was only a success because of people who found solutions to all of the problems, many problems we didn't even know we were going to face in building JET. And I trust in the ingenuity of people. So if we're prepared to take risk and take a big jump and to take a big gamble, then I trust the ingenuity of people to come with solutions. And so how long does it take is entirely dependent on your risk appetite.
I was wondering, when you said the question how much risk we are going to take, or are we able to take, and how much money do we invest in that? How it is with your project? It seems like you can bear a lot of risk when you plan for early 2030s, and how it is with the amount of money you think it will cost.
So I think that's absolutely right. The private sector can take more risk than the public sector. We do not have millions and millions of voters. We have a small group of investors who understand risk very well. That is what they do for a living, is try to monetize risk at some very fundamental level. That's what venture capital is. And so we can move fast. And I feel in some ways that CFS has some of that compunction that JET had in terms of solving problems, and really coming with a can-do attitude every morning. Our factory is running 3 shifts. We are building a machine as fast as we can because we understand the enormity of the challenge. And I wish, just as a fusion community, but as a world, that we had the same fire under us as we had in the oil crisis with the climate crisis. Because I think if we did, then we would be asking the question that Ian just asked, which is how fast and how much risk can we take to get this done? Because this really fusion will be an important tool in meeting those challenges. So in terms of the direct costs, so CFS has raised a little over $2 billion. Almost exclusively private funding. We've received very, very little government funding. It primarily has been through the Infuse program, which is a program that the money doesn't actually touch CFS's budget. It goes to a national lab to to work on a research challenge. CFS is a recipient of the DOE's Milestone program, which is a great program based on the NASA COTS program, which is the program that got SpaceX off the ground. So you get reimbursed for hitting milestones. We have not received any of that funding yet because it's just been announced and the contracts are being negotiated right now. That program, and this is an interesting piece in the US, that program has a lot of money authorized. So the Congress will authorize money, but then that's the first step. Then the second step is appropriating the money, so actually giving the money. So they'll create a bill that says you can spend X amount, and then the second step is, well, we're only going to give you a percentage of that. So far, the amount of money for that program is $45 million that's spread among 8 different companies. So you can really see it's not as ambitious as we'd like. So we of course want to see more, hope to see more of that, but the private capital also seems to be there. And then just to put a fine point on it, Spark is about $1 billion project.
Thank you, and I believe you hope that in the meantime, ITER and the labs will solve some of the problems on your way to the success as well. Brogio Fasoli, would you like to comment on what was said?
I just would like to stress that one should not see that the private companies are the ones prone to risk and going fast, and we labs just want to study things. We are ready to go hand in hand with the private sector to go as fast as possible. First of all, to exploit ITER, but partly in parallel also to have the perspective of the longer term, that is to start thinking about a prototype power plant. Of course, addressing technology showstoppers like materials and tritium breeding on the way, together with private partners, with industries, that is. We're ready to do it. We're ready to embark on this. The young generation is absolutely thrilled to take this approach of combining the two philosophies together. I think we're ready for it.
Thank you. And to
just add to that quickly.
Okay.
Just very quickly, we have credible partnerships with labs, including KAA, IPP, A-STAR in Singapore. So most of the U.S. national labs, it's an incredibly important piece of the private sector effort is partnerships with labs, and that's just hugely important. So I don't want to minimize that.
Thank you. There was one more question I wanted to answer in this block from Slido, which is US's agreements with UK and Japan. What are your thoughts about EU level? It always jumps on the top. It disappeared. Okay. So is there any plan for a cooperation with the US after the ITER program or except of ITER project? It disappeared. I'm sorry, I cannot read the question as it was, but is there any plan for future cooperation as the US has with the UK or Japan or Canada? Is there something on the way?
Well, what I can say is that first of all, we have a very solid collaboration on ITER with the US. The second thing that I would like to say is that it is a couple of years that in the broader approach, which is a cooperation between Japan and the EU, we have been discussing the opening of some of the facilities of the broader approach to collaboration with the US. So there is obviously a strategic interest in continuing a collaboration with the US, which is as tight as possible at this stage. So this is the way that I would put it. Once we know a little bit better what are, how can I say, future steps that needs to be taken, we will see how to configure the international collaboration picture.
When we are looking into the future, I would like to conclude with a short sentence or a few sentences from each of you. If you could present your vision for the EU or global fusion landscape in the next 10 years, so mid-2030s, where do you see the EU or global fusion landscape? Who starts? Ambrogio?
You will be strongly participating to the ITER exploitation, hopefully, taking advantage of our strong position in ITER. You will have a vision for the demonstration power plant that will come after ITER, having already learned many lessons from ITER and keeping learning lessons from ITER. And you will also have the capability at that time to work hand in hand between private and public to address the technological challenges on the way to the power plant and to start thinking about it.
Very positive one, thank you. Laurent Piketty?
We consider that ITER, at the most advanced fusion project worldwide, remains central in the path toward fusion energy. It is indeed a first of a kind, and as such, it is still essential for the entire fusion community to build its work upon and to design and build future fusion power plants.
So even the view of the power plants. I hope you're also optimistic about the future, not pessimistic, sorry.
To start with, I think by definition, the definition of someone that works in fusion is optimistic.
Okay, good, great, thank you.
Textbook definition. I've got to leave the last word to Massimo on this question, so I go first. I totally agree with what Ambrogio said. I suppose my message to the EU on developing its strategy is to make the most of ITER. You're in a phenomenal position based on hosting and having the lion's share of ITER. Make the most of that by having a clear plan to deliver fusion through a power plant.
Thank you. Randolph?
So we're talking 10 years from now. So at that point, CFS will have had its first power plant on the grid, and we'll be building a number of other power plants around the world. And I say, I hope one of those is in the EU. And so I hope that the EU's plan allows for that.
As I said, the textbook definition of someone that works in fusion is an optimist.
Optimist. Yeah. Mr. Kamada, how do you see ITER?
So, next 10 years, please utilize ITER. So, we have been contributing now to the construction of ITER, but this is one part. The other part is, please utilize ITER as your own device to expand your future of your own interest. So ITER is that kind of place. And the end of May, ITER is holding a private and public workshop co-hosted by IAEA. And so more than 40 private companies, startups are coming from the world. And so they are discussing how ITER is contributing to their own project. This kind of discussion now ITER has already started, so please utilize ITER in the coming 10 years. Thank you.
Thank you. And Massimo Gariba?
Well, I think that I would very much like to see the exploitation of ITER fully underway. That helps to remove the showstoppers that I mentioned. And I would very much like also to see the first power plants online. I remain optimistic on that, and I will watch carefully. Thank you.
And yes, it's good to be optimists because sometimes the dreams come true. Thank you to Ian Chapman, Randolph Bell, Ambrogio Fasoli, Laurent Piketty, Yutaka Kamada, and Massimo Gariba for their insights. Thank you for your questions. Most of them we keep for later, but now we have 30 minutes or 27 minutes break. We continue at 11:30, so meet you here and enjoy the coffee. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the meeting on the EU Blueprint for Fusion Energy. I would like to ask you to sit down so that we may continue with another panel discussion. This time we'll focus on developing the fusion ecosystem, industry and workforce. So please take a seat so that we calm down a bit and we may continue. Thank you. I'm really happy this raised so many questions and discussions, because that's why we are here. And I hope we'll have another fruitful discussion on the stage again. As we heard during the first panel discussion, research and development efforts in fusion are accelerating globally, as demonstrated by some breakthroughs. This underscores the need to cultivate a robust fusion industry ecosystem and also emphasize the role of skilled workforce. Such a workforce will be instrumental in transitioning fusion energy from research to industry. We'll have many questions here to ask. For example, how to keep the industry engaged. Will the industry be ready for commercial deployment when it comes? And how are other innovative industries addressing the fresh start difficulties? We'll also ask about the workforce. What would be the profiles needed in fusion transition from research to industrialization? But before I ask those questions to our panelists, we open this session with a video message by Pietro Barabaschi, the General Director at ITER organization, who will emphasize the role of ITER in the development of the fusion industry.
Good morning, and thank you for giving ITER the opportunity to participate in this private-public dialogue on the European Blueprint for Fusion Energy. I regret that I cannot be physically present with you today. Indeed, the fusion ecosystem, as we refer to it in this forum, is undeniably going significant changes all across the world. There are a number of contributing factors to this evolution. One notable reason is the remarkable progress made by public sector fusion initiatives in recent years, including the groundbreaking campaigns in JET in Europe and the strides made in the National Ignition Facility in the United States. Additionally, I should mention the inauguration of JT60SA Tokamak in Japan. Collaboration involving Europe marks a very important milestone as well, in my opinion. And despite challenges, ITER's advancement in construction and component manufacturing have also served, I think, as a catalyst for important progress. Lastly, the influx of private sector investment, very much welcome, all across fusion companies has, I think, reshaped the research and development landscape. Personally, I view this evolving fusion ecosystem with a combination of optimism on one side and realism on another. On one hand, there is a palpable sense of hope and enthusiasm globally for fusion power as a sustainable energy source. And say the surge in interest and support, particularly among the younger generation entering fusion-related field, is really inspiring. At the same time, it is essential to acknowledge the formidable scientific and technological challenges that still lie ahead. While progress is evident in some areas, uncertainties persist regarding the timeline and pathways to achieve crucial results. What remains clear is the imperative for strong leadership and vision to navigate this complex, multi-sector and multinational landscape. So how can we accomplish this? I think we have to recognize at first that fusion is now evolving into a research and development innovation program at true global level, where public and private initiatives should complement each other synergistically. As you may know, the ITER project is undergoing a transition phase. In June, we will present a revised cost and schedule baseline to the ITER Council. To address delays, we are resequencing machine assembly to prioritize the start of research operations, and simultaneously repair efforts on key ITER components are progressing well and according to plan. I was very encouraged by the ITER Council agreement last November to engage with private sector fusion initiatives upon our proposal. This led to the upcoming ITER private sector workshop that we have organized for the end of May, where we aim to enhance collaboration between ITER and fusion companies, focusing on knowledge sharing and networking opportunities. Of course, over the course of its history, the ITER project has developed a vast trove of know-how, including successful paths and also some dead ends. I strongly believe that ITER needs to support as much as possible all private sector initiatives operating within its members by making this knowledge available to them. As an example, we are developing an ITER White Book, a comprehensive technology manual that will detail ITER's accumulated knowledge and insights on things to do and maybe also things not to do. I believe then that this private sector workshop, with its emphasis on technological collaboration, will complement all the discussions that are and will be ongoing today. These efforts will not only benefit fusion companies in the supply chain, but also inform workforce needs for both public and private fusion initiatives. Indeed, we are witnessing an exciting juncture in fusion research and development, and I really wish you a productive and insightful discussion today. Thank you.
Pietro Barabaschi, who invited you to the first ITER private-public fusion workshop. Now, let me invite to the stage our guests. Let me welcome Marc Lachaise, Director at Fusion for Energy, who previously worked for EDF Group. I also welcome Renata Smażejka, Head of ITER Unit of the European Commission. Yes, again, the pictures will help us to find the right seat. We also have Gianfranco Federici, Head of the Fusion Technology Department at EUROfusion, and a ITER representative presenting the mentioned ITER White Book and overall the approach to know-how gathering and passing on to the next generation. Let me also welcome Ana Belén del Cerro, Deputy Chair of the Fusion ILO Network and the Chair of PERIA, Pan-European ILO's Network for Big Science, an aeronautical engineer with master degree in robotics, supporting Spanish participation in fusion projects. I also welcome Milena Roveda, CEO at Gauss Fusion from Germany, with the background in IT and software solutions, as well as healthcare, chemical and automotive sector. And we also have Peter Ross, CEO at Novatron Fusion Group, leading fusion energy initiative in the Nordics. He's from Sweden, with background within technological companies. More about all our panelists you may find when you use the QR code on your badges. There are all the details, so I don't need to go into details that much. I'll probably move closer to you, as we unfortunately miss Roberto Adinolfi, whose flight was cancelled, so he couldn't be here with us today. But anyway, again, you may use Slido for your questions, but this time we would like to start with the Slido, but with a question from my side to you. So if you may take your mobile phones in your hand, please. Who is not connected to Slido, please do so now, because we have a question for you. We want to do kind of a word count, because I would like to know one word that best describes the needs to develop the fusion industry ecosystem. Your one word to express the need to develop the fusion industry ecosystem. You may choose only one. You probably may get inspired from what you'll see later on, but and you may put it there also through the panel. We'll connect it and we'll show it throughout the panel when the time comes. But let me start now. Fusion for Energy Director would be the first to answer. I hope you have a microphone there. Yes, so Marc Lachaise, I would like to start with the domestic agency responsible for all the construction and delivery to the EU components for ITER. There is loads and loads of knowledge and technical practices and that you are gaining throughout the process. So could you elaborate on how Fusion for Energy plans to use and transfer this technology knowledge to the industry, and your role in supporting the whole development of the fusion ecosystem? And the second question would be specifically, how does Fusion for Energy facilitate technology transfer, and what impact does it have on the fusion energy industry?
Okay, thank you. Good morning to all of you. It's quite impressive to be here. I think there are a lot of very important people in the fusion sector, and I think it's a fantastic opportunity. So thank you for having FOE on stage. Just a few words for people not familiar with Fusion for Energy. We are what we call a joint undertaking, or people call our European agencies, created to deliver ITER components, the European part of ITER, and also working on other projects, which were mentioned this morning, like GT60 and others, DONES, and a few others. I'd like also just to explain that FOE also is a group of people, and I will come back on that later. I think the story of fusion, and I feel it because I'm quite new in this sector, but I think it is also a story of people working together for years, and FOE with more than 400 colleagues, very skilled in different fields, are really part of the European system, and I'm quite proud to represent them today. About your question, I think it's one of the key questions we have to address altogether. When I say altogether, it's also the leaders of the industry, and I think we have the luck. Sometimes we think we're late, but here I think we have a luck to decide something a few years ago, which is good for the industry, about the IP rights. And I think the contracts that Fusion for Energy is placing, I mean, since 2008, it's been nearly 7 billion euro of contracts placed to the European supply chain, mainly around ITER. We created, when I say we, it's all together, it's not only Fusion for Energy. As Europe, we created jobs, we're creating innovation. And I think what is key as well, as I was saying, is the IP rights is giving a lot of latitude to the supply chain. We don't retain IP rights at FOE. We make sure that we create the condition for the companies to benefit and to leverage on what they learn from the money we're placing on them. And I think this is the first point. And let's be proud, I think, when I read in the press that it's one of the discussions at the moment in the US about IP rights. And it's something I think in Europe we had a good start on this. And I want to insist also on, you say, how we transfer. I mean, there is some programs that we keep developing in FOE about the transfer of technology. So to make sure that what is learned through our contracts and through the public-private money, the public European money, sorry, we're putting on the table is shared, is possibly shared around the different European actors. We have a marketplace as well, you can see on our website of Fusion for Energy. And we created also some awards, and recently we launched a demonstrator call. So to ask people on the supply chain to compete, and we will give prize and make public the best initiative. So a range of possibilities to make sure that we create the condition of a European supply chain.
Yeah, thank you for mentioning the international intellectual property rights. But now I would stay with the transfer of knowledge from the research and research facilities to the private sector startups. And it's a question for you, Annabelle and Del Cerro. Considering the evolving new fusion industry ecosystem, what actions can be implemented to effectively facilitate and support connections between the supply chain companies on one side, as well as research laboratories on the same side, and emerging fusion startups and prominent entities like ITER or Fusion4E on the other side?
Yeah. First of all, thank you very much for inviting ILOS to be here. It's for us an honor and a pleasure. I want to start maybe to introducing you ILOS role. We are a network of people coming from very different entities. So some of us are coming from research labs, other ones are coming from industry associations, and other ones are coming from government. So we are a key intermediary between research infrastructures, such as ITER, and our national supply chains. Our main mission, of course, is trying to secure added value contracts for our companies, and we are cooperating with ITER organization and Fusion for Energy, releasing information about forthcoming opportunities, trying to attract companies to the ITER project, organizing industrial info days. We have created a kind of forum to exchange information about industrial policy with ED4E, talking about which are the entrance barriers of SMEs, or talking about technology transfer. The network has been created in 2007. And I want to take the opportunity maybe to introduce you some of the ILOs that are accompanying me today. So please, Uli Graf from Germany, can you stand up? Okay. Christian Dierik from Belgium. Okay. Jose Antau from Portugal, and Mas Collin from Sweden. Okay. So we have an ILOS corner outside, so we will be happy to meet you. And you can find our contacts in ED4E Industrial Portal. So addressing now your question, I think that we need to create a long-term and stable R&D cooperation program framework between European research labs and industry. That could help to reinforce the European leadership. So we appreciate very much those initiatives that are emerging now, such as the public-private partnership, and also the technological development program that ED4E intends to implement. That could help a lot. ILOs also are working on this because we are organizing business forums. For instance, the ITER Business Forum, Big Science Business Forum. Also, my German colleague is organizing now jointly with the European Commission the first Fusion Business Forum. Also, maybe I can explain what we have been doing in Spain. So CDTI, my institution, has an R&D program helping companies to develop projects in agreement with national fusion entities such as CIEMAT, and also, for instance, with MIF Donors. At the end, that has created a kind of national ecosystem that is also being supported by our Big Science industrial platform. So I think that we are now trying to replicate something similar at European level. I think that our experience has been very positive. Finally, addressing the second part of your question, how these private initiatives are approaching Fusion for Energy, European Research Labs, or ITER organization. Yes, this is happening, and I think that they need a kind of framework for cooperation with all those entities. Maybe I want here to mention that ILOS can act as a kind of facilitator, because we have a deep insight into our supply chain. So all of us, for instance, have this kind of catalogs, I have here, the Spanish one, that can allow you to identify which are our national supply chains and how then can help you to succeed in your initiatives.
So really it's about connecting.
Yes.
The players in the field. And to have the players, we need also strong private sector. And we've heard about how it's rising and how successful it is. And we have representatives here of the private sector, which I'm very, very happy for. So I start with Milena Roveda from Gauss Fusion, a German company that is recently partner with TU Munich, the Technical University Munich, and you're working, if I'm not mistaken, on selecting fusion power plant locations in Europe. That's just one project. But what was or still is important on the way to success of a company like Gauss Fusion? How to inspire other aspiring small companies? What would you advise to the others?
Well, I think that cooperation is the first thing that we need to work on. So we heard a lot here with Fusion for Energy and the labs, and I think that the industrial sector is coming into this. So 5 of my shareholders are sitting here. So these are the guys who last year said we are going to change our roles. We don't want to be merely suppliers of fusion. We want to go in the lead and build a power plant. So the guys are here sitting with us. And I think that what we bring is something that hasn't been in fusion so far. So you have fusion in the lab. Someone said it's time to bring fusion from lab to track or from fusion from lab to the grid. What we didn't have is entrepreneurs, because this has been a scientific thing all over again. This is a question that journalists always ask us, are you competing with ITER? No, we are not. We support ITER, we are learning from ITER, we will continue learning from ITER. We bring a new way of looking at fusion. There is a lot of research still needed to do. We mentioned materials, we mentioned tritium breathing blankets, but there are a lot of things that can be industrialized already, and this is what we bring. But as long as we don't work together in Europe and we, fusion, as we see it, fusion is a great opportunity to Europe to create a fusion industry. In Europe, we are talking about the whole supply chain. So we are talking about really creating something big for Europe, but this implies we who are here today, we need to start working together, because otherwise we are not going to make it.
I think that will be supported by Petr Ross from Novatron, because you were successful in raising money from the seed rounds. There's like $8 million, I think, or euros into seed rounds for PPP. So there is a cooperation and granting also from the Institute of Technology. So how to develop these cooperations, how important it is for future success, and could it maybe be as an example, as a case study for the future European PPP projects as such in the fusion field?
First of all, thank you very much for inviting me, and I must say that this whole convent is a very important step for collaboration, just like you mentioned here. And to give a little bit of a context first, because as we are quite new kid on the block, you might wonder how are we approaching fusion. So we are in the field of magnetic confinement, but not a tokamak or a stellarator, but rather into the branch of mirror machines. And what we have done is that we have added the missing piece to the puzzle, which was a stability issue with the mirror machines. And it was more or less an engineering problem that couldn't be solved in the 80s, and therefore the path for tokamaks were the one to go for. And this Swedish inventor, Jan Jäderberg, he found this last piece, which has been acknowledged by scientists and researchers in different places around the world. So that's where we started. And another thing that makes us a little bit odd is that this is not the result of research being done in Sweden, where we are located. This is based upon an engineering idea of how to control and design magnetic fields, and is implied onto the fusion problem with these magnetic mirror machines. So how do we do then? We need funding. And we are, as you know, like Sir Ian Chapman just said, we are not only optimistic. I would dare say that most of us think that we are crazy, right? And so we need to add credibility. And that is quite hard, especially if you don't have the scientific background, like, for instance, the Gauss engineers and scientists have. So what we needed was first the acknowledge from institutions and universities around the world to say that yes, this will actually work. This solves the problem within that field of fusion. With that on the table, it was possible for us to address, in our case, EIT Energy, who was supplying and directing EU funds, which was a very, very important step for us. We would not have been here today if that was not possible. And also to having the fact that KTH, through their holding company, was investing in our company as well, was also a very important step for credibility. Along the way, I mean, nowadays, I would dare say that we are no longer a startup. We are a 40-people company growing rapidly right now, building the first machine in Stockholm, which will be assembled in this summer, which has the purpose of prove that this way of stabilizing fusion plasma actually works. Still, we have huge steps in front of us when it comes to funding. And we can't see the vehicles in the European Union that can support these private initiatives. And that goes for not only us. I can imagine that Gauss have the problem, the Proxima, and I know for sure Marvel Fusion has taken it all the way, where they need to go where the money is. And that means, for most of us, US.
Where the money is. But well, we also have some knowledge and technology in Europe that we are talking about here, mainly about ITER, which is the base also for the US or China or Japan to gain all the technology. But as we've heard for Piotr Barbarowski, the knowledge is or was somehow lost and needs to be put all together so that we can build on it later on. And that's the white book that was mentioned also in the introductory video. And that's why we have Gianfranco Federici here, because he's the one who can tell us more about the white book.
So I'm not a private investor, neither a policy maker, so I'm a humble nuclear/fusion engineer who have been in this fusion ecosystem for more than 30 years. The first part of my professional career has been working in ITER. So I think I take this job very seriously, try to really transmit and capture the lessons that has been learned from the design and is being learned from the construction of this important device. I think you have heard the director of the ITER organization, and I'd like to thank Europe, and particularly the program manager, EUROfusion, Fusion for Energy, for supporting this, particularly Ambrogio. Last week, the General Assembly has been kind to provide resources for this work, because I'm engaging quite a large number of people. So what am I supposed to do is basically to ensure that the lessons we have learned in designing ITER is transferred. So the design basis for this design, why ITER is so big, why ITER is like that, what has been the rationale for the design choices and what has led to the machine parameters. What is the reasoning behind the various choices we have made for the systems? What are the safety implications? What is the confinement strategy that we have chosen to follow? And what have been the major investment in technology and maturation and prototyping that has led to convincing evidence that the risk of realizing this machine is controlled. So what is the audience? The first question I asked the ITER director, who is supposed to be reading this book? Knowing that there are not many people reading books anymore. So I realized that this is a job harder than what I had thought. But I think first question is, he has to be provided to the ITER engineer, because most of the ITER engineers that are around right now don't know. They were not there when the ITER design was established. And those who are going to be asked to take important decisions, and there will be many, most of you are going to be in this room, on what is going to be done and feasible in the near future. I think it's all program. I had to go to the US to become a fusion engineering in the late 80s, because in Europe there was no courses. Now these courses in the US do not exist anymore, so we have to reestablish better education tracks. And I think I'm very pleased to see that one of the main role of EUROfusion is to trigger this process, which is very important. And I would like to humbly provide to help the new entries to make sure they become aware of the challenges that remain to overcome and the possible pitfall. Just a brief pictorial picture of it. It has not been a straightforward path. You heard before Massimo Gariba. This has been an experiment, a geopolitical experiment. ITER was born at the end of the Cold War. It was late 80s. There was a conceptual design activity which was initiated. That ended in 1991. It was followed by a so-called engineering design activity that led to a first design, which was at the end of 98. So you see the roller coaster there. The machine was larger than before. This machine was supposed to be, the machine on the left was supposed to ignite. It was a much more ambitious goal than what we have right now. It means igniting means be able to self-sustain the fusion reactions. We ended up in a machine which at the end was not supported by the parties anymore. We had 4 parties at that time: US, Russia, Europe, and Japan. It was considered to be too expensive, but there were other things that didn't brought this project to continue smoothly. The US left. The US went away. But the project survived. We were asked to work on a reduced technical objective, reduced cost device, which is the one we are building right now. It was called ITERino at that time, a small ITER. The scope of residues, we had to achieve a Q10. I think Kamada-san mentioned that. Amplification factor. How do we get to? We are building a so-called YAM, integrated aspect ratio. The aspect ratio of the device is the ratio between the major radius, which is Directorate-General of ITER. At that time, he was very adamant to build the so-called, it's not that the ITER organization managed to, it's available in a form which is not easily digestible and is residing in very complex document management systems. But it's an initiative which, even in its implementation, requires an interaction between senior and young. And that's the key for knowledge management transfer. I don't think there is any book that can transfer the knowledge. You have to bring a senior person close to a younger person for some time. This is the way I learned my job, working with people who now knew much more. Thank you very much.
So that we will appreciate that. So thank you. We still haven't heard the view of DG ENER when it comes to overcoming some of the bottlenecks we've heard about. You know, some limitations in supply chain, risk of knowledge gaps, so that we can get the full potential of fusion energy.
Good afternoon to everyone. I think we have multiple roles here as the European Commission. And the first role, for me, it's an important aspect. And that's what actually today we're trying to receive from you and to get, I mean, what that path we should be making towards fusion and what kind of pitfalls we're going to reach. But I wouldn't speak about bottlenecks. Bottlenecks is when you have impediment on a traffic flow. And I don't think that at the moment we have traffic flow which would be sort of, you know, impeded by something. I mean, if you see, we discussed this morning, there were 6 billion private investment. Okay, if you look from 0 to 6 billion is a lot, but overall, its amount is not so significant that industry would start, you know, shivering and saying, okay, yeah, here's a good thing, we're jumping on it, we're starting to developing things. So I wouldn't say that we are here at this stage. So I would rather speak about challenges and enablers. So what as a commission could do. So challenge, one of the challenges that you've spoken today, and now Gianfranco also showed, illustrated it very, very clearly, it is technological challenge. Can commission address technological challenge? I would doubt. But what we can do, and we today we saw, I mean, we have such significant amount of bright brains in Europe, EUROfusion, F4E, ITER, you name it. So they need to solve the technological challenges. What we can do, we can facilitate that. We can then bring them around the table. I mean, when you have a bright people, you always have divergences. So they have different opinions on everything. But then, I'm not looking at you. But then, if you bring them around the table, I'm pretty sure they can find kind of agree on that way. And so what we're trying to do as facilitators, actually, and today it also in the morning was mentioned about Fusion Expert Group. It's one of let's say, future groups or bodies which we can discuss those topics and then to chat a European way. And I think we even need to go one step further. We need to be more systematic. We need to have a fusion governance system in Europe where the decisions are discussed and taken. And then anyone adheres to those decisions and implements in a coherent way. That I see as a role of Commission as enabler. Then, of course, we need to speak about funding. The Commission also can do something about it. But we need to be strategic here. You know that money is scarce. EU has a lot of many different priorities. So the question is how we could multiply our investment, our public investment, how we could crowd in private money in a fusion. And that we have a new upcoming financial cycle. Even Commissioner Simpson mentioned that we need to reflect what could be the best tools to put in place by the Commission, by the EU together. I mean, it could be something, you know, public-private partnerships or milestones-based programs or some other programs. But of course, with the aim to be really targeted, to incentivize private sector as well with this money. So that's another, I would say, enabler EU could pursue, could do. And then about knowledge. This initiative of ITER on White Book, I think is excellent one, but maybe we need to go one step further. We need also to look into failures, experiences, successes of European labs in general while doing a fusion. And then maybe even further step here, going more international, to also to work on a similar book in a wider scope. I know that now the fusion becomes also an important topic for discussion in G7. So why not to bring this type of initiative to then we will have full picture of those things, and that would be for the engineers and scientists to learn.
Word that you chose for the need to develop the fusion industry ecosystem.
We are supposed to solve this issue with money. We need to not only solve this by motivating and creating incentives for venture capital, because actually, from my experience, my recent experience is that there is money out there. They are really interested in investing in this because they see there is an upcoming industry right now. There are money very close around the corner for them. So they do exist out there. The issue is how can we manage to create some kind of a vehicle in like they have done in the US.
How to activate them in Europe.
Exactly. And also I do believe we need to create some kind of awareness because I mean most of the larger countries here in Europe, Germany, France, Italy, Spain, there's a no-brainer. There is already an agenda or even a strategy for aware about the status of fusion. So we need the EU to urge the member states to focus on fusion, to create an agenda or even a strategy. Well.
And for that we probably need to get public support, and for that we need the good news as the sparking shot that's...
Correct.
Yes. Milena, you wanted to add something as well.
Yeah, Ursula von der Leyen, as you know, was in Germany a couple of weeks ago, and he asked a question also about what kind of support we needed. And the answer is, well, funding, of course, without money we don't go anywhere. But it's not that we need the billions at this stage in industry. What we need is a clear commitment. So in venture capital atmosphere, you talk about skin in the game. This is what private investors need. They need to know that Europe and the countries, that the public sector is investing in fusion in order for them also to commit to fusion. And the other thing someone mentioned is the IP thing. So we talk about regulation, but one of the things that we need to regulate also very, very urgently is the topic of IP when we work together, when we collaborate, also for public money.
Anyone would add some other, yeah?
I think it's really interesting, and it depends also on the audience we have. I bet if you put much more suppliers, utilities in the room, you have a different set of words. And I think this is reflecting who we are today. Maybe if I can add, I was showing how to convince that there is still a long way to go. Of course, I'm not a scientist, and I know that we have a lot of technical challenges, and we should not forget that. But I think our job as leaders is to think what's going to happen after. And just imagine within 10, 20, 30 years, we take a bus this afternoon and we go to see a power plant. What do we see? First of all, we see at a gate a utility name. And we meet someone who's telling us, well, I bought this European reactor of fusion because it was competitive. And because it was making my business of selling electricity a good asset, decarbonize and a few other advantages, of course. And then if you dig, he's saying, yeah, because I had robust suppliers able to construct, respecting time, quality, and budget. And this was key. And of course, he would say, by the way, we bought 20 across Europe because economy of scales. And I think this is showing us the long way we have to go. And I think the main driver of this is how do we make sure that all together in Europe, we create a competitive fusion supply chain for tomorrow. And how we take the decision today to make sure this is happening. I don't have the answer. I'm just putting the question on the table. But I think the competitiveness of what we try to achieve is key. And I want FOA to play a role. And I think we can all play a role, but it's in our hands. And I think here, this is really reflecting the need of stability according to regulation. There is also a need of stability in terms of technology. And if you finish the visit, I was taking you a few kilometers. By the way, the fusion plant is very close to the city, and possibly because of different risk. And if you see operators, they're not scientists anymore. And if you have contract maintenance for the power plant, they're not R&D. So how we go to this, where we create a full set of new skills, of maybe new companies, or at least companies today already operating in this sector. And I think it's the right moment to focus on this and giving visibility to the supply chain through the regulation, through the requirements, is going to help us to go this way to competitiveness, definitely.
And to reach the ecosystem that may work because it's competitive.
Of course, yeah.
Okay, one part of it, and a question that you pose as well, is the PPP project. Renata, so you touched upon that a bit already. So the question is, how can the different industry actors contribute input to a potential PPP program in EU, given the often different technical approaches and supply chain needs? How can the different industry actors? So it will be for different industry actors as well. But Renata,
I mean, it's really difficult. I mean, the question is that what we're trying to reflect? And this afternoon will be more discussion about this PPP. We have the commissioned a study on the best approaches to PPP. You can find also some copies of study outside. Also, you can use barcode, to download study. So that it was our idea, reflection, that we need to go this way. There are some few proposals which way it could be, how industry could cooperate, in this case actually with researchers, with support of EU funding. The question here as well is one needs to look to technological readiness levels and how much of risk industry is or would like to take. It's obvious that if you have high technological readiness level, that in this case industry most probably would invest very much. But when the readiness is low, then here should be a public money. So we need to see in which systems, in which components, in which one missing technological gaps, or where we stand with technology, with readiness level, and then to see how much of matching it should be coming from public money versus then private investments in that. That's how we see it at the moment, but maybe there are some different ways of doing. And this PPP is generally has sort of sometimes different understanding. In some cases, we're saying, okay, that is really a mixture of public-private things, but also one can see also from perspective of public money only, if you base something like in the United States on milestone-based things. So we know, we have decided together in EU that those are missing gaps in technology. So we could say, okay, if you deliver on the basis of that milestone, we'll advance you further funding, some other things, so whatsoever. So it could be a variety of these PPP tools. I mean, one not need to mention also, it could be equity funding coming. We don't have maybe you start using, but with support of some financial institutions, also we can look into equity funding here. If there is something like one could be investing in the capital of companies. So I think the palette is pretty wide, but that we need to try to focus on to see which one would be the best way, and that we need to do in the framework of upcoming financial framework, because that it's what we set for the next 7 years.
When I take aside the financial framework, but we'll speak about a partnership as such, there's a question on that. We are a European startup in fusion and want to work with ITER and F4E. How can we do that? So how does it work from the side of EUROfusion, ITER, or Fusion for Energy when there is interest from the private sector to cooperate?
Everybody's looking at me. First of all, it's a good news. And I think the more competencies and initiative and people we have joining forces on ITER is good. The first step would be to make sure that we have direct contact with those people and to understand what the added value they can have to the system. Then it's also to make sure that through the network of the ILOs we were mentioning before, we keep communicating on what are the next challenges we need for ITER. I mean, a company today coming to support on the building part, it's close to the end and the beginning. But someone who is coming with very smart ideas on remote handling or diagnostic, maybe it's the right time to engage. So there is also reality of ITER and the timing of things, where as FOE and with ITER we can explain and make sure that the supply chain is aware of the challenges to come. And then there is something, I would say it's a bit administrative, but it's quite powerful. We run by public procurement rules. So all what we buy is public and is known and is shared, and everybody can compete on a fair basis. So I think a mix of engaging to understand what could be the added value and then making sure that this is channeled through the proper arrangements, which again are fair and transparent. I think it's a good way to engage with Fusion for Energy and to be part of this fantastic story.
If you would connect it with the next question, what is Europe F4E's role in the new private-driven fusion landscape? And then I would be happy to hear it from the private sector as you see it as well. But
I think it's a very good question, and I will come back to what I was saying at the beginning. F4E was created to to deliver ITER, to make it simple, and a few other projects. And we approved, and I had the full support of the governing board. You know, Fusion for Energy is the presentation of all the member states, and the Commission, of course. And the governing board approved a vision in December. And the vision, the first pillar is we deliver projects. And we deliver it. Clearly, today, our energy is focused on this. As it was said by ITER, and it's not a mystery that the schedule is challenging. And Europe is close to the critical path because we deliver components, and before assembly you need components. So really, our effort and the organization, I will change soon, is fully organized to support ITER. The first pillar, and they start to echo to this, is to say, and we said it before, fusion is a story of across different generations. I hope we can see a fusion reactor for most of us in the room. Maybe it won't be possible. Maybe it will be our kids or grandkids. And I think working across the generation about the knowledge, I mean the book, and this cross-generation, so building other people. And the third is about the supply chain. So clearly on this, it's still work in progress to define. And I think what you see in this room is that we are all trying to find a way. And my personal view is that we should engage with everyone. And I think I'm more open to a multilateral relation and to make sure we find the right balance. So today I want us to have a role on this. It's not fully defined, and we need to make sure that this is having our purpose is the project of today, of course.
Thank you. Gianfranco also wanted to react, and I'll be then happy for the private sector.
Before the private investor speaks, I think from my point of view, fusion desperately needs for the step towards the future two things. First, needs funds, private funds, because we talk about a significant amount of money, which is very difficult to find through the public institution list in Europe. So we need to have a sort of looking for opportunity of funding. And we need to have industry in the game, as been explained before. And I think we need to ensure a process. It's not going to be a simple process, but we need to, with regard to private investor, we need to inform the private investor that fusion is a complex business. And I think we have to renormalize some of their objectives. And it would be very good if we could, I don't know how, because it's very difficult to talk to them. It's not easy to talk to them. ITER was a success because we had a scientific dialogue. We had a common goal. I think we have to realign the objectives. It might take some time. We'll get there. And second, we have to work with the industry. Working with industry is not easy. There are examples of important collaboration successful in the sector. Some of them have been mentioned in the previous session. But I don't think the COTS is a good example because it refers to aerospace, trial and error. You build a reactor, it doesn't work, you throw it away. You build a reactor, it doesn't work, this is what the rocket doesn't work in fusion. There's been successful example of public-private partnership in advanced nuclear generation. One example I'm very familiar with, in France, there's been more than one project, just to mention one, Gen 4 Astrid, where power industry was in the business as a partner. But the question, industry, I think we need to spend some time to help industry develop the knowledge. We don't want an industry as a supplier. They have to develop the skills. And this is where I think public institutions could, through a proper dialogue, form industry. 30 years ago, industry was in the business. When I entered Fusion in 1990, I was sponsored by an industrial firm that was trying to get out of me the knowledge to develop components. So I think we need to have a dialogue. Because if you expect industry is going to be able to solve all the problems, you forget it. They don't even know some of the material we are dealing with. If you want to have a divertor made of tungsten today, you have to go to China because they're not supplier anymore. So we have to reestablish a lot of connection which has been broken. We had a fantastic company in the south of Austria, on the Alps, called Planse. They went out of business because fusion was not really making significant investment in the near term. So we have to come forward with some, to trigger appetite, but we have to help them making sure they get aware of what the problem we're trying to solve, because some of them are not trivial. And the book will not have the recipe of all the problems. So we have to start humbly a dialogue with the private investor, and I'm involved in this, and I'm being criticized to be too negative, like you, Massimo. And we have to have a dialogue with them. And Milena, I'm prepared to have a dialogue with you anytime. Because it is an ecosystem per se, even the private investor. And with the industry, I think we have to anticipate time to bring knowledge to industry. You cannot have industry becoming a partner without understanding the problem they need to solve.
So let's hear the industry now. But the private sector, startups that are going to disrupt.
Yeah, I agree completely that FOE and other collaborative institutes and organizations have a very important role to play. I think I want to bring up something that Soraya and Chapman was also onto earlier here about what they have done in the UK, which I see as a good example of how we can be inspired about a collaborative environment, an ecosystem where we can kind of bootstrap innovations and engineering and share thoughts and ideas. And I know I have invested quite a lot of time in understanding the different approaches of different fusion initiatives. They definitely differ quite a lot. But there are mutual areas where we can benefit from the knowledge that we create. And innovations are created between people who normally doesn't meet. So FOE has a very important role to play to set up these innovation hubs, knowledge sharing hubs where we can learn from each other, have an agnostic approach. This is not about saying that my solution is better than the others. Let's share. I mean, we're doing this for mankind. We want fusion. That's common for us all.
Milena Roveda.
Well, Gianfranco entered Fusion 30 years ago. I did last year. And when I entered Fusion, I was told, don't go to Fusion for Energy. This is a bureaucratic bunch of people, and you are not going to be able to work with them. I went to them because I didn't know this. And I have to say, in this year that I have been in Fusion, I see a change happening. So Mark is opening. I see really in this year, when I entered, I didn't have a clue what fusion is. I still don't have a clue what fusion is, but I am seeing the change that we are experiencing in this year. And the fact that we are all here, it means that we are really changing. So we are embracing this change. I see the organizations. Fusion for Energy is really trying to open. The Commission is opening. So I don't want to be super optimistic, but I am still optimistic following Ian Chapman's words. And I think that if we do this together, we are going to manage this. We need to try to keep moving, but perhaps at a bit faster pace. But you know this already because I am talking to the guys of Fusion for Energy very, very, very closely, but I do see a change. So to the answer, we are a European startup, what do we do? You ask, you are going to get answers. ITER is opening now. Pietro Barabaschi is organizing this thing at the end of May. So I do see there is a light at the end of the tunnel for fusion in Europe.
Thank you. There is a question for Anna Belen that is connected because it mentions in some countries the role of SME in fusion is crucial. How do you think new PPP scheme should protect SMEs' capabilities in investment?
Yes.
Involvement.
I think that the role of SMEs is really important, and when we are discussing now these new schemes, such as the PPP or the TDP of F4E, we have to take into account how we can incorporate the know-how of SMEs, because they are really flexible, they have very good expertise. What other thing I want to comment is that we need human resources, skilled human resources. This is important. I have not seen the word in the previous panel, the word about the skills, because at the end we need to attract talented workforce to Fusion. We need to attract new generations to this
When you
project.
mentioned the workforce, what skills do we need?
Yeah, I think that we have a dramatic lack of skills. I will say engineering, researchers. We are going to need also integrators of very large components, also operators, and even welders. we need welders, really high qualified welders to build this kind of projects. So I think that we need to connect with society. We need maybe to raise awareness of fusion to society. We need to attract students. For instance, in Spain, we are organizing a forum for trying to attract students of university levels at fusion. In this edition, in the current edition, we are going also to work with the schools, because we need to start maybe before at secondary levels. So,
Gianfranco Federici?
Yeah, just to advertise that within EUROfusion, I think we have a strong training education program. In particular, we have a so-called engineering grants, which are provided by our stakeholder, used properly by EUROfusion to basically train these young engineers and to make sure they don't go away from fusion where they see big opportunities. There's a big competition for engineers. If you want to make sure you get a job, study engineering. I didn't succeed with my son, though. He didn't follow me on that. But it's a fact that engineers are in demand. EUROfusion is indeed doing this very well. But in order to keep them, we need to ensure that there is a path to follow. And I think this is the job of the manager now, to ensure that we keep attracting training, but keeping these engineers around, because an engineering, as you said, Massimo, is somebody we want to see things made. Otherwise, it's not going to see. There are some that accept not to see things made, but real engineering is that what like to build.
They would get depressed if it wouldn't be happening. So both gentlemen wanted to react. So Mark and then Renatas.
Yeah, because it's a subject close to my heart, probably being a manager and not a fusion scientist. I think we should have also more diversity in our teams, to be clear. IFRO is fantastic, and we have, I think, 21 nationalities, and I think this is bringing a value, but I will insist also on gender balance, which I think is a key topic for our industry.
There is a research on that, that's only 24.9% of women in the nuclear sector as such.
Okay, so we're not too bad with 38 at F4A, but we need to improve more. But I would insist also on the diversity of skills. We need to attract, of course, the best plasma physicists, the best engineers. But we need also to have people able to engage with the supply chain. We might need to, there is, at the end of June in Barcelona, we organize something with different legal people working on fusion. Do we have the right type of contracts today to address the challenges we're facing, which are borderline to R&D and industry? We need project people as well, able to understand the specificity of fusion, able to digest the history, but to bring something to the party. We need people working on construction as well. So I think the success will depend also on our ability to attract talents from different areas and to make sure that they work all together. This is not a given, but I think it's absolutely needed for the sector.
Thank you. Renatas?
Yeah, it's somebody's engineer, somebody's manager. I'm by background economist, so I'm looking really from a simple supply and demand side, also in labor market. And if you look from demand point, so supply point of view, we have 2 billion of young people around the world, 1/4 of age 12, 27. Okay, them in Asia, they're in Africa, whatever. But there's a huge potential here. We have very low unemployment, one thing as well. And a third thing that by research and recent developments, because of different developments, people, young generation, are choosing jobs which are more engineering type, medical things, and all those which seems like to be bringing higher reward, not humanitarian size. It used to be in generation millennium. Now in generation Z, they're called. They're using a different ways, I mean, to earn money. And so potential is here. But if there is a supply, equilibrium will be with the demand. And the problem is of demand. There is no yet a demand to that level that the people would say, okay, that is, if I study this, it's going to be profitable in my future, it's going to bring me fame, it's going to bring, I don't know, wealth and knowledge and experience, whatever. So we need to create this demand. So I just converting what you have been saying just in different words. And then I don't think that we will have a problem with engineers.
I connected with a question from the audience again for the private sector. Are European fusion startups short of money, brains, or both? Do you have enough of skilled people you would need for your future growth?
I walk the floor quite often, and when I say, what do you need, money or brains? Both, of course. And that specifically goes when they look at me. I don't know what they mean when they say about we're lacking brains. Nevertheless, we are having one large opportunity here in this industry, because what we notice is that when we talk about the mission we have, I mean, we are trying to save humanity. It really addresses the younger generations. We actually are employing the very best engineers and scientists already. What we need to do is to put them in a context that is quite new, the fusion industry, the fusion technology and science. And along with that, we need to continue, which is already happening, by the way. People are moving from one fusion initiative to another, from one research lab to another, which is very good. So yes, we need both.
For the ones that are gaining the brains, not good for the ones that are losing them. Well, Milena?
Let me say something about the elephant in the room here. We are getting, of course, the private sector is getting people from the labs that want to come to work with us. And the only way that we can avoid cannibalizing each other is, again, collaboration. So when we get these things, Gianfranco knows, because we are sitting more or less in the same building in Munich, people coming to us and asking us to come to work for us, for us it's partly of no use, because we want to keep them in a team working together. So this is, again, another thing that we need to start collaborating together and working together, not to cannibalize each other.
Because we are nearly out of time, but may I take 5 minutes of your lunchtime, please? Because I would like to conclude, and I would like to let you six again conclude. So, what concrete actions do you urge the Commission to take as part of a dedicated fusion strategy? And if you could prioritize, probably 3 points again, who starts? The Commission should react, so Renatas will wait. But we may start from the private sector. What do you think?
Okay, to try to conclude and make something very crisp and clear. I do believe that we need to create a common awareness here in Europe that fusion is happening, and that is not obvious to governments all over Europe. That is something that the EU can actually contribute to. Of course, the vehicle that we need to create the funds needed for the industry in general is, of course, very important as well.
Thank you. When you said that we need to create the awareness, there was a point from you, by looking from the industry point of view, it appears that sound management of a common EU fusion effort is missing. What do you think? So that was maybe yes, because you were calling for the same. Milena, may I ask you to continue?
I think we said it all here. We discussed about resources, about manpower, about money, etc. The only thing that we can ask to the Commission at this point is they are taking the right steps, but we need to speed up a little bit because we cannot continue with the bureaucracy that we have here or waiting here ages for, you know. So a bit of sense of urgency, because when we are saying that we want to put fusion on the grid, we say 20 years. There are some others saying in 10 years they are going to be there. We need to get going. There is no time to continue doing these kind of meetings. Are fine. We see each other, we exchange things, but let's start doing things.
Thank you. How about the representative of the ILO, Anna Belen?
Maybe I want to highlight this framework that we need. I think that we need a long-term and stable cooperation framework between European labs and industry. I want also to highlight the skills, the talented people that we need, how to retain these people, how to strengthen their skills, and also how to attract and inspire new generations. I want also to comment here about women, because women are underrepresented, and maybe we can try to go through these measures that, for instance, have been implemented by the European Commission or even ESA, the European Space Agency, that had forced to companies interested in submitting proposals, in submitting offers, to have these gender diversity plans. Finally, I think that we have to look at the regulation, because it's one of the main bottlenecks that companies experience when they are trying to approach the project. Is the complex quality and nuclear safety regulation, and
that
I
will
think
be
that
a topic for the next panel.
Yes, we will talk about this.
Thank you, Gianfranco.
Well, even for me, it's an opportunity. We cannot avoid to consider this. I think we need their sense. We need to shake the tree. I think they bring new idea. They bring a sense of urgency. They bring a project culture, and they bring, hopefully, also access to industry or industry themselves, because this is what we need. I'm encouraged to see that there are initiatives around the world, even in Europe. Sometimes they're overlapping, Massimo. There are more than one. So I think Europe is taking this opportunity. It's a complex problem, because I think we need to make sure that these private initiatives are compatible with the financial tool that we have available. So I think it's in place. So I do hope that in this transition, we find a way to strengthen the dialogue, because I think there is a bit of road we have to do together. Because I think all of you have good ideas, but some of them might not work. So for me, any possibility to talk is welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Renata still waits before Mark concludes.
I think we all agree. I would summarize saying that we need a proper, renewed European strategy for fusion. I say renewed because we had one. And I think there is a momentum now, with everything's going on here in Europe, but also across the globe, that if we don't have this strategy on the short term, I think we're going to be lost. I mean, we're going to keep moving, but it won't be, or the effort of coordination will be so big that we could be in trouble. But I would advocate for comprehensive strategy. So not only I would say the scientific part, which is key, but also how we talk about the skills we need, the industry we want to create, the regulation we need to install, to make sure that we have a comprehensive view of all the problems, and that under the steer of the European Union, and as I said, FO is ready to take its share with its people, with my leadership, that we move something together. And I think it's key for the competitiveness of fusion, and I think we all agree, and I agree with you, we need to make it happen, and it's good to make proposal and to say the Commission what they could do. But I'm sure they understand, and I think we have also a political momentum to play, to have our different countries align on this, and it should come from us. I mean, we are representing, and we are leading this sector. I mean, I'm quite impressed here, so it's in our hands. Thank you.
So you should do it, and you should do it quickly, Renatas.
First of all, it's the Commission doing to say that, but secondly, just to echo, I mean, and that's what I wanted to say. I mean, but Mark already said everything. I mean, strategy we have discussed, and we're discussing today pillars, or possible pillars of that policy or framework, whatever you call, and I think that's what we need to reflect. But most probably, the most important thing is two things in this. One is really vision, knowing where we are going to. And secondly, supported by actions. And those which are possible to put in place, which are effective ones, which are bringing results. It's possible to follow up, it's possible to monitor and to build on them. And that's the most difficult thing. We have seen a lot of strategies in different areas, different fields and other things, but at the end of the day, not of them are really effective and workable. So in this case, I think we should not make a mistake. I mean, we should try, we should go, but then it should be something we all adhere, and all stakeholders, not trying to drive things in different directions, but to adhere and try to help to implement things. And that is going to work.
Thank you to Mark Lettis, Renata Smajejka, Gianfranco Federici, Anna Belen Del Cero, also Milena Roveda and Petr Ross. Thank you very much, and again, thank you for your questions. I know we haven't answered all of them, but you'll have a chance to discuss it in person with our speakers, because we have an hour break for lunch, so you have time until 2 o'clock to discuss all those questions. And then we'll meet at the topic of regulation and international harmonization. So meet you back here at 2 p.m. and thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back after the lunch break. We'll continue with the meeting of the EU Blueprint for Fusion Energy, this time, as I promised, and as it was mentioned many times, we'll focus on regulation and international harmonization. Currently, no unified framework exists for fusion energy regulation globally. Experimental facilities like JET or ITER operate under diverse safety regulations, drawing from existing nuclear frameworks. While it has yet to achieve commercialization, establishing a robust regulatory framework is critical. We've heard it here already. It not only ensures safety, but also fosters innovation, gains public trust, and encourage investments. And I think it will be the best to listen to someone from the fusion technology field who has the experience from Europe as well from the other side of the Atlantic Ocean. Focused Energy is a startup funded in July 2021 in Germany as a technology spin-off of the University of Darmstadt and National Energetics, pursuing laser-driven fusion. It was part of the success achieved at the Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory in California. And here, they will be the voice of industry and its call for regulatory clarity. So let me now give the stage to Thomas Forner from Focused Energy, who is her founder and president, and ask him for introductory speech to our topic. Thomas, the stage is yours.
So happy to introduce this next topic, one of the topics that could shape the future of fusion energy. As we've heard today, we have seen 5 times ignition meanwhile. We have seen a gain of 2.4 and a yield of 5.2 megajoule. And we have also seen the recent record at JET. So means we have right now approaches in magnetic fusion and laser fusion that are on par, which is, from my point of view, a fantastic opportunity for Europe and for the whole world. And let me also emphasize that we are, in Europe, leading in many of the underlying technologies. So we are leading in photonics, we are leading in optics, in magnets, as well as in the development of fuel. Fusion is addressing a $40 trillion market. We have heard that since 2018, 6 billion have been invested as private equity into fusion. To be a bit more precise, from the 6 billion, 5 of them have been invested in the US, and it has mainly been invested in 3 companies. So do we still consider that this is a huge investment? I don't. And if you compare it to other markets, in the same time frame, fintech has received more than 500 billion in investments. In the battery development in the last almost or a bit less than 20 years, we have seen almost $1 trillion in investment. So that are figures that we need to deal with if we want to really unveil a market that is disrupting the energy market in the future. So what do these figures tell us so far? Mainly that we still need to improve and establish a proper framework for the market so that fusion gets really investable and that we will see these high figures. So what do we do to get there? So we as startups, we as researchers, we as research institutions, we need to work on the narrative for that. We need to have a proper narrative that allows us to tell a commercialization story. But we also need to get to a proper regulation of this market. So nobody will invest in a market where you have uncertainty. So we need to reduce uncertainties where we can, and regulation is a very easy thing to get it done now. Germany is betting on fusion, as we have seen the last few months. There was just a new announcement even yesterday. And Germany is setting up a fusion program and is betting that this market will improve and that private money will flow into this market and will lead to us becoming or staying the leaders in the underlying technologies. So why do we need regulation now? We need it. 10 out of 43 fusion companies are working on their commercialization path and are building facilities right now. The majority of them want to have a prototype fusion power plant online mid of the 30s. And it doesn't matter if we all believe in these timeframes or not. It matters that we set the framework for the requirements, for the regulatory requirements right now to make investors also believe that this market is investable. So, where do I need to press that? So there's a big need for fusion regulation right now. And if we look at why is this necessary? Yeah, no, it's working. Because if we don't have regulation in place, the lack of regulation will lead to delays in our planning and designing and the build of facilities, or it might even lead to a situation where companies decide to leave Europe and build somewhere else. The other thing is that the framework, as said, is crucial for investments flowing into this market. And that's what we as private companies need. So we need to ramp up our capabilities, we need to ramp up the supply chain, we need all the components available for ramping up the facilities. The regulation of fusion energy must be specific and separate from nuclear fission, as the process is fundamentally different and we have with varying risks and hazardous profiles. So this is very different from what we see in fission. If we look at the US and the UK, what they have done so far, you will see that especially the UK already for quite a while has decided to have fusion regulation carried out by the Health and Safety Executive and the Environment Agency, not by the Office for Nuclear Regulation. In the US, we have a framework, or we have under the Nuclear Energy Infrastructure Modernization Act, a decision which implies that the NRC must come up with a fusion regulation by the end of 2027. It also has been decided that the fission, nuclear fission facilities, or the regulation for the nuclear fission facilities are not appropriate. It must be a new program for a new regulation for fusion. Other countries are joining in. So like Japan and Canada are following the decisions that have been made by UK and USA so far. And they have built an agile nations working group to follow up these regulations. Also, the International Atomic Agency is working on best practices for everyone, so that everyone can apply these regulations accordingly in the countries. A few concerns once we get to a new regulation. The new regulation must not be a potpourri of existing regulations and new regulations. This could potentially lead to a complete disaster and uncertainty, because no one understands regulation anymore. So this really needs to be a separate set of clearly framed regulations so that investors, companies, all acting parties understand it. What could help is an already existing framework. So the Basic Safety Standards Directive. It covers already similar technologies like particle accelerator and irradiation equipment. It could be used for fusion, as fusion does not use fissile material. It does not pose criticality risks, and it does not produce long-term high-level radioactive waste. Therefore, it aligns very well with the technologies already regulated under the directive. The industry request is really a separate, specific regulatory framework for fusion, because this would allow us to create rules that are specifically tailored to our unique characteristics and the needs of fusion energy. And again, it would provide clarity and security for licensing procedures, which in turn would attract developers and investors. The benefits, of course, would be having a clear, specific licensing process is crucial to attract developers and investors again, and it reduces the risk of the market. It could be a catalyst for the growth of the emerging European fusion industry and create stable and predictable environment for innovations. And this is the core ingredients that we need for getting to a market that is investable. And saying this means we have the unique chance right now in Europe to build a regulatory framework that not only helps us to keep up with the pace of others, we could make it very clear right now and profit from it and really attract investments, developments, startups here in the European Union, and this would help commercialization and accelerate commercialization, because it is always a function of talent, money, and finally we can solve it. Thank you.
The voice of industry represented by Thomas Former from Focused Energy, who will stay with us at the stage because he'll be part of the panel discussion. And I invite our speakers to the stage again. Thomas, please, if you would take the chair on the other side, and then again we see who is coming. So let me invite Lydia Everard, Deputy Director-General and Head of the Department of Nuclear Safety and Security at the International Atomic Energy Agency. Previously, she held the role of Commissioner of the French Nuclear Safety Authority. Welcome. Welcome also Scott Morris, Deputy Executive Director for Reactor and Preparedness Programs in the Office of the Executive Director for Operations. He leads U.S. Nuclear Regulatory Commission Office of Nuclear Reactor Regulation, Safety and Incident Response. I would also like to welcome Juan Carlos Lentijo, Chairman of the European Safety Regulators Group, ENSREC, and President of the Spanish Nuclear Safety Council. We also have Olivier Dubois, Commissioner of the French Nuclear Safety Authority, here previously worked for CERN. And last but not least, let me invite Sarah Albon, Chief Executive Officer of the UK Health and Safety Executive, Health and Safety Executive, is it right? Okay, sorry, I thought I missed something. So we have all the representatives here. Thank you very much for coming. And yeah, I start with the IAEA. We've heard already from the presentation the role and the steps that the International Energy Agency is taking. So could you probably share the upcoming major steps that you intend to take in this regard when it comes to fusion energy and standards for regulation and probably mainly the international harmonization?
Thank you very much for inviting me to this interesting panel. So I think looking forward for fusion regulation. It's a challenge, but it's a very it's a fascinating topic. So I'm very happy to share with you some remarks from the agency perspective, and maybe starting with something that is our starting point for everything we are doing at the agency, our member states' expectations. What are the IAEA member states' expectations with regard to fusion and fusion regulation? I would like to highlight that many member states share with the IAEA that they have high expectations because they believe that this is a promising technology to face some current challenges such as climate change or other security issues. So this is one of the topics that is very well, considered by our member states. And this is why the IAEA is supporting its member states in this different, on different aspects related to fusion. So I will focus on regulatory matters as head of the Department of Nuclear Safety and Security. This is obviously one of the aspects where the agency can help member states, because one of our core mandates at the agency is to develop and to establish safety standards for the benefit of the international community. And these safety standards are developed with and by member states. So that's very important, because they set a high level of safety recognized by all of our member states, and that's where international collaboration can help for sure. So I would like to divide my remarks into three main points. The first one will be our member states' expectations, with a little bit of details on this. Second, what we have been doing so far at the agency on fusion matters, and I will conclude with a few words regarding the next steps and what we are considering for the coming months and years. So starting with our member states' expectations with regard to fusion. These expectations revolve around several key principles associated with the deployment of fusion facilities. First, member states anticipate that fusion will play a pivotal role in mitigating climate change and ensure energy security for future generations. Second, member states expect fusion research to drive technological innovation and foster cross-disciplinary collaborations. And the pursuit of fusion energy presents for them opportunities for breakthrough in material science, engineering, and plasma physics, with far-reaching implications for various industries and the need for regulatory oversight. Recognizing the complex nature of fusion research, our member states expect robust international collaboration, facilitated by the IAEA, to identify the safety risk to be considered within a regulatory framework. And by pooling resources, expertise, and infrastructure, the IAEA can help to accelerate progress towards achieving this goal. Foremost among the expectations of the IAEA member states is a steadfast commitment to safety and security in all aspects of fusion research and development. As we venture into uncharted territories, it's imperative that we prioritize the protection of both people and the environment, upholding the highest standards of nuclear safety. What the IAEA has been doing so far. First, over the last years, the IAEA has played a central role in advancing the global agenda for fusion. You heard about this very last conference held in London in last year, so it was about this fusion energy conference. And this kind of conferences serves as a platform for scientists, engineers, policymakers, and the agency is very much committed to continuing this kind of conference to gather people and then to define kind of roadmap and to share expertise, experiences on fusion facilities aspect. Last year, this conference was highlighted in the remarks, the opening remarks of our Director-General, Raphael Grossi. This conference gathered more than 1,000 participants. So more recently, we have developed a program of work and to identify with member states the current fusion regulation practices, including discussions of current regulatory frameworks and technical capabilities, as well as future regulatory plans. This is our starting point for us to identify suggested areas of focus in the development and the harmonization of regulatory frameworks for fusion facilities. And we have the objective of using these suggested focus areas to highlight technical and regulatory topics that may warrant specific considerations for the future. In parallel to this effort, the IA is collecting current practices, experiences that can be used. And this is for us to fully, take into consideration the specificities of fusion facilities into a potential, international framework. What about the next steps now? First, we will, of course, continue to support our member states. And how can we do this? We will develop a kind of groundwork for the safe deployment of fusion facilities. We plan to publish a safety report focused on fusion regulation and key safety aspects specific to fusion facilities, considering the current fusion regulatory environments of our member states. Moreover, and just this year, the IA anticipates convening the inaugural meeting of the World Fusion Energy Group, and this group will bring together not only scientists or engineers from our member states, but also policymakers, financiers, and regulators, as well as private companies, with the aim to increase collaboration and further help support the deployment of safe and secure fusion facilities. Efforts like this will continue to identify the gaps and the support requested by the member states for them to pursue fusion energy and development, and that may include work on efforts to harmonize fusion safety standards, capacity building, and regulatory support. Thank you.
Thank you. I would now like to get inspired in the US, because we know that in April 2023, the US Nuclear Regulatory Commission decided to regulate fusion energy systems under a byproduct material framework. Justifying its decision, we need to act quickly. But that's not all. So could you share some insights into the decision process and where are the major challenges in the process of the development of the guidance dedicated for fusion?
Yeah, sure. Thank you. And thanks for inviting me. It's a real privilege and an honor to be here. I'll admit I've been in the nuclear world for 38 years, 31 years as a safety regulator, but all of that experience is in the fission world. But I'm picking up fusion and I'm picking it up fast. But it's a real pleasure to be here, and I'm happy to share with you the United States experience here. So Thomas mentioned that our Congress back in 2019 passed a legislative act promoting or essentially requiring us as the regulatory body to create a set of technology-inclusive regulations for all types of nuclear energy moving forward by the year 2027. Our commission asked the staff members for options on how to do that. We provided options and ultimately for fusion, we provided three options for our commission to consider. One was to use the fission, essentially the existing fission regulatory framework that we've had in place for decades. And has served us extremely well at the 94 power reactors that we have operating in the US. The second option was to use the byproduct material framework. And there are a lot of advantages to that. And the third was to do a hybrid of the two. And ultimately, the commission opted for the second option, which is to regulate under the byproduct our set of byproduct material regulations. And while they don't explicitly discuss fusion, it is understood that it's the very performance-based, graded approach to regulating nuclear and radioactive material, whereas our fission network, or fission regulations were really focused on the system, the devices, and also, the other key aspect here, of course, is the hazard, right? And Thomas mentioned this too. You could have given my talk. The risk profiles and hazards associated with fission are very, very different than fusion. And our commission, as a matter of policy, recognized that pursuing the fission regulatory network, I keep saying network, framework for regulating fusion would introduce a lot of inefficiencies and a lot of potentially unnecessary added regulations based on regulatory oversight that wasn't warranted based on the risk and the hazard profile. And so that, and we as a regulatory agency are very dedicated to the concept of 5 principles. We have to be independent, we have to be open, clear, and reliable. Reliable, I want to focus on reliable because that's huge here. We wanted to have a reliable set of regulations in place that would enable the safe use of fusion without being unduly cumbersome and resulting in, we didn't want our regulatory framework to be the reason that fusion could not be brought to market, right? But rather, again, to be focused on what the minimum needed for safety is and what safety looks like for fusion as we currently understand it and the existing technologies that are out there, whether it's magnetic confinement, inertial, or magnetic, the combination of the two, how about that? And there are players in all 3 of those areas. So we wanted to make sure we had a body of regulation that could support any and all, a very technology-inclusive framework. And so that's what Part 30 does. And so our Part 30 regulations do. So currently we're in the process of, and we've had a number of conversations and interactions with our stakeholders, which, by the way, you know, the EU is, I forget how many nations, 27?
27.
But in the United States.
It's not changing that often.
No, it doesn't change that often. But in the United States, we have our materials framework, our materials program is regulated by 39 out of our 50 states. And so fusion would be regulated by our largely 39 out of 50 agreement states. And so lots of stakeholders and a very strong need for a consistent, reliable regulatory framework. We've been working very closely with our agreement state partners, the various industry representatives, and the public to define a very limited scope rulemaking to be able to efficiently and effectively include fusion regulation in our byproduct material framework. We plan to issue a proposed rule to our commission later this year with the goal of having it final within the next 2 years. In the meantime, we've already issued draft guidance on how to implement it and contents of applications for fusion technologies. So it's been a very robust and aggressive effort to get this in place. And again, it's in part to meet the need or meet the requirement of our laws, because our Congress passed a law saying we have to do this. But we recognize that as, you know, as global citizens, that this is not a technology we want to deny by over-regulation. So that's why and how we chose what we did.
Thank you. I'm wondering how much different it is within the European Union, as Mr. Lentijo represents not only the Spanish Nuclear Safety Council, but also the European Nuclear Safety regulators. What are the specificities of the European regulation framework and the role that NSREC could play in the harmonization of those specificities?
Okay, thank you. First, I would like to also express my gratitude for having invited me to this fantastic journey. I would like to also start by saying that I've been involved in the regulatory framework for more than 42 years, so that I know something about regulation. But frankly speaking, I'm not an expert in fusion-related matters. So that this is the way that I am opening my umbrella, so that whatever I am going to say here, please take it very cautiously. Well, as far as fusion, I think it's, from the perspective of a regulator, I think it's obvious that as any other technology with associated radiological risks, it should have to be developed and deployed under very strong, strict, but also effective, efficient and optimized regulatory framework. Going directly to your question on the existing European instruments, it is clear for me that fusion is already included even specifically in the Euratom Treaty. There are several articles which refers directly to fusion. But I would like to focus on those other instruments which are mainly aimed to provide safety for the different uses of the nuclear technology and nuclear applications, which are the three main directives we have in place. As I think some of my predecessors already mentioned, we have a directive on radiation protection, which is, frankly speaking, 100% applicable to fusion facilities, as it is for the whole spectrum of other technologies in the area of nuclear, but also in radiation uses. We have the directive on waste management and spent nuclear fuel management, which is, I would say, applicable to fusion, except the area of spent nuclear fuel, which is a little bit different to what we are expecting for fusion. But the rest of the directive is fully applicable to fusion. And finally, last but not least, I would say that regarding the nuclear safety directive, it's obvious that fusion is out of the scope of this directive. But I can anticipate, maybe we can address this in a more detailed way later on, that there are a number of elements of this directive which are really very useful to develop, maybe if finally decided on a specific context for fusion, or maybe this can be adapted to fusion. Going back to NSREC, yeah, I think the answer is very clear, is yes. NSREC can and should play a role in the harmonization of, let's say, regulations for fusion inside the European Union. Why? Maybe, if you allow me, I would like to simply share with you the role of NSREC in the European context, for those who are not familiar with that. NSREC was created by a decision of the European Commission in 2007 with the idea to put together the regulators of the Union plus the officers of the European Commission and some observers to deal with nuclear safety and waste safety matters. And the main objective was, and is, to provide advice to the European Commission and to the European Parliament on how to deal with these matters, nuclear safety and waste safety. NSREC, at the same time, is a fantastic forum for sharing knowledge and information and experience in several areas, not only technical areas related to waste or related to fission facilities and applications, but also non-technical areas, for example, those related to communications and transparency. And in addition, NSREC, I think, promotes inside the Union the effective development and deployment of peer reviews and, let's say, missions and peer review of efforts. And in addition, I think that fusion is a fantastic, I would say, it's a fantastic platform for the regulators to share their experience and to optimize the specific processes related to the different applications of the nuclear technologies. I will invite, by the way, all of you to participate in our next conference, which is scheduled in June, I think 23, 24 of June in Brussels. That we will have an opportunity for that. But beyond this, let's say, framework, I would like to tell you that NSREC has already accepted to discuss and to address the issue of fusion. In fact, in our last meeting, that was just recently, 1 month ago, we approved our working plan for the next biennium, and we specifically included an action with several tasks, or a task with several actions related to fusion, which are specifically aimed to provide advice to the Commission on the applicability of the existing framework of the European Union for...
I have one more question that I would like to ask specifically.
Okay, I'm finishing this question. And okay, through these actions, I think that in 2 years' time, we will be able to respond to your question in a more precise way.
But I'll try it anyway now, because we've heard many times about IFMIF drones, and they plan to apply for the licensing of their first facilities in June 2026 and would like to commission 3 years later. What kind of licensing they can expect of this future scientific facility? Any idea?
Okay, yes, of course. I would like to project, okay, this is a diagram of the concept of IFMIF drones. I would like to express my gratitude to the promoters, to the consortium of IFMIF drones, to allow me to project this here. IFMIF Dones, as you can see in the screen, is a facility, will be a facility, it's a planned facility which is aimed to test neutron irradiation, fusion-like neutrons irradiation on materials, with the idea to check the behavior of the materials which are scheduled to be used in a fusion facility in the future. Work is ongoing, but so far we have not yet received a formal request for a formal application for the licensing of this facility. What we know so far is that this is a unique installation in the globe, so that we don't have any specific reference for that. So we decided to engage in a very early stage with the promoters, so that we have created a liaison committee and a technical working group to analyze how the existing Spanish regulations could be applied in an optimum way to license this facility. And what we know so far is that, of course, the main risk, this will be related to the overall risk of the facility. What we know so far is that the main risks are related to the presence of neutrons that will generate activation, for example. We know that the reaction of deuterons with lithium will produce tritium and beryllium, and we know that the main risk so far identified is let's say the explosion or the fire in the loop of tritium. So that with this in mind, we have already decided that this facility could be licensed under what we call radioactive facility according to our regulations. We have two big, let's say, groups. One is nuclear facilities and the other one is radiation facilities. This can be regulated under the radiation facilities area, which is the result of the application of the graded approach, so that we know that this will be licensed as the highest level of a radiation facility in the country, which is category 1, that will be, it is applicable to complex facilities that are planned to manage great or big inventories of radiation or very high energy radiation beams. And to finish, I would mention that something which is important, and our main expectation, I think the expectation of the whole fusion community, is that from the results of the experiments to be conducted in this facility, we will be able to optimize in the future the licensing of a possible fusion facility, as we will know some more about the behavior of the materials in a field of neutrons. Thank you.
So it will give us another lessons learned. Thank you. And we have many lessons learned from the ITER licensing process. What could we learn, Mr. Dubois?
First, thank you for inviting ASN to this very important meeting today, and thank you for inviting me. As you probably know, ASN regulations cover a wide variety of activities and of installations, including nuclear power plants, radioactive waste management, nuclear fuel transport, medical installations, research installations such as particle accelerators and irradiation facilities. Something I'd like to mention first is that the keystone of the French nuclear regulatory system is the French order setting the general rules concerning basic nuclear installation. This order defines the rules and also states that the application of these rules is based on an approach that is proportionate to the extent of the risks or drawbacks inherent to the facility. And ITER, as you mentioned, is classified as a basic nuclear installation in France because of the quantities of tritium, because of the intense neutron flux, high energy neutron flux, and the resulting activation of material. A creation authorization decree for ITER was issued in 2012 by the French government, and a resolution with more specific requirements was issued by ASN in 2013, when the design of ITER was not yet finalized, as has been mentioned this morning. To answer more specifically your question, I think there are three important lessons, at least three important lessons learned from the ITER licensing process and safety assessment. First, the need for a progressive approach between the beginning of the construction and the commissioning of the facility. The second lesson is the importance of applying a graded approach adapted to the risks inherent to the facility. And the third lesson is the need for an adapted inspection program during the construction of the installation. About the first lesson, the need for a progressive approach between the beginning of the construction and the commissioning, the creation authorization decree is the regulatory framework in which the commissioning path of ITER develops. Of course, all the technical aspects were not defined at the stage of the creation authorization decree, especially for this experimental facility, ITER. The design can evolve through the path of commissioning. And because of this, ITER has 25 years between the publication of this creation authorization decree to commission its facility. In France, typically, other nuclear facilities only have 10 years between the creation authorization decree and the commissioning. The main consequence of this long commissioning delay was the definition of some regulatory hold points which have to be greenlit by ASN for onward construction of the plant. This very flexible practice allows to handle some safety relevant aspects with the best level of information and taking into account the effective state of the facility. In addition, recently, ITER organization announced a process to update the project baseline in order to take into account new delays and some difficulties regarding the safety demonstration. This strategy consists in a progressive, step-by-step approach to build the safety demonstration. The second lesson learned is the importance of a graded approach, focusing on the fundamental safety functions of the facility. The main safety concerns of ITER are the radiation protection against high energy neutrons, gamma rays, and against the activity of irradiating material. The confinement of tritium and of neutron activated material, the confinement of beryllium and its safe handling and management, of course, unless beryllium is replaced by another material. In the creation authorization decree of ITER, there are two fundamental safety functions identified, which are the confinement of radioactive substances and the limitation of exposure to ionizing radiation. And ASN has implemented an approach proportionate to the scale of risks according to the French order setting the general rules concerning basic nuclear installations. And for ITER, for ITER facility, this principle comes through in the creation authorization decree issued in 2012 and in the technical prescriptions of ASN issued a year later in 2013. And the third lesson, the third important lesson, is the importance of the inspection program. IO is an international organization subject to French regulations. Inspection is one of the primary means of verification available to ASN to check the compliance of the facility. A bilateral agreement has been signed between ASN and IO, and it sets a framework for the carrying out of on-site inspections. ASN's inspections of ITER are especially focused on construction and the supply chain. ITER's supply chain is complex, taking into account the key role of the domestic agencies and the associated procurement system. ASN has undertaken inspections in several countries, Korea, Russia, India, Spain. During the construction phase, a high level of priority is given to inspections regarding components that will be difficult or even impossible to control later, because they will not be accessible anymore after the construction. So to sum up my answer to your questions, 3 important lessons learned are the need for a progressive approach between the beginning of the construction and the commissioning phase, the importance of applying a graded approach, focusing on the fundamental safety functions, and the need for a well-tailored inspection program during the construction.
Thank you. And I would also like to know the experience and what was behind the decision in the UK, where you've decided to keep the regulation under the Environment Agency and Health and Safety Executive. What was there behind this decision, and how you deal with the challenges that are there still specific for fusion?
Sure. Well, thank you very much, and in common with others, thank you very much for an opportunity to both participate and to listen today. It's been a really interesting debate so far, and I think it's a very important question that you raise. Indeed, we can't underestimate the importance of getting the regulatory framework right. And of course, that's vital for safety and for public confidence, but it's also important that we get the regime right that will enable the sector to thrive and to grow. And if we impose a regulatory regime which in fact makes it impossible for industry to innovate and grow, then we won't have an industry that needs regulation. So that balance is really, really important to us. HSE has been regulating in the UK for the last 50 years, including in some very complex industrial environments. And our sort of philosophy is that the primary responsibility for managing safe operations has got to rest with the operator of any site, and that those who create a risk are best placed to understand the risk and to manage it, and must be held accountable for managing it. It's not simply saying, well, over to you and we don't care. It's about holding people to account who are in the right place to understand the risk that they're creating. And HSE, we published a 10-year strategy a couple of years ago now, and one of our 5 key strategic objectives was to enable, from a regulatory perspective, a safe transition to a net zero world. And so at the heart of what we're trying to do is to think as a regulator, how can we support the level of innovation and innovation at speed that will be required in order to make that safe transition. And for us, good regulation needs to do probably 3 things. Firstly, it's really important that we work together with industry to make sure that the regulatory regime facilitates rather than inhibits. We need to allow experimentation, and we need to allow innovation. And also, as has been absolutely clear as we've had the conversation so far this morning, in an industry like fusion, which is still developing and developing at speed, where there are different technologies which might ultimately come to be adopted, we need to make sure that we can be flexible and facilitative where new technologies might have emerged. We at the moment may be sort of thinking that one particular path is the most likely to succeed, but as we go on, we may find that other technologies come in, and we need to make sure the regulatory regime can cope with that. We need to make sure that we're proportionate to the risks that are involved. I think one of the key decisions in the UK when nuclear fission was separated from the generality of health and safety regulation was thinking about 2 particular risks. We heard them referred to earlier. One is the risk of a runaway nuclear chain reaction, which of course does not exist in the case of fusion. And the other is the risk of really, really long-term waste byproducts, which have to be managed. And again, in nuclear fusion, although there are byproducts, the life is considerably less, and the risk inherent there is considerably less as well. And it was our concern that if we took the starting point of the way that nuclear fission is regulated and said, what should we peel off to make it appropriate to nuclear fusion, it may have two unintended consequences. Firstly, it might still lead to disproportionate over-regulation of the risks that were there inherent in the radiological risk. But also, and as importantly, it might lead us to overlook some of the non-radiological hazards that would exist in a working fusion energy plant. Things like very high voltage electricity, and then just some of the inherent construction risks. I mean, most people in the UK and unfortunately around the world, if you think about deaths and serious injuries that occur in a workplace environment, they don't come from the esoteric and unusual high risk of particular environments. They come because people fall from heights or they're crushed by machinery, and we mustn't take our eye either from those kind of risks. And then finally, it's important that the regulators are enabled to deploy the right kind of skills. And in the HSC, we bring together our own experimental scientists, policymakers, regulators, inspectors, to look together with duty holders at the risks that are being created in both really well understood existing technology as well as new and emerging technologies, to work together to think about how can those risks be well controlled and how can they be proportionately reduced. One of the first speakers this morning, talking about the question that was asked about where would you recommend a new engineering student went, said that only when you work on a machine do you really understand the practical issues of it. And I think we really strongly agree with that, and that's why we think it's so important that fundamentally those decisions around safety and understanding how to safely manage these new technologies need to rest with those who are creating the new technologies, who are running them, who are operating them. But I think just finally, we need to just make sure in creating the new regime that what we do also creates a real sense with the public that this is safe and that this is a new technology. It's not linked in their minds with some of the sort of well understood public concern we see from some of the older fission technologies, and that we don't, by combining the way we talk about regulation of those two new technologies together, create from the very start a lack of trust from the public, which in advanced democracies, which I think we all share that, can in fact make it impossible in practical public acceptance terms to get these kind of important clean technologies off the ground and operating successfully.
Thank you, Sarah. Thank you very much. When I was listening to you, there were many points I put down throughout the whole panel, but I think I'll use a question from the audience to sum it up. Fusion and nuclear fission are inherently two different technologies which do not bear the same risks. Do you agree that they should be regulated separately? So is there someone who say there should be regulated as one?
Yeah, fully agree with this concept that we are facing different risks with different potential consequences. For both of them, from the regulatory perspective, we need to be sure that they fulfill the justification principle, so that regardless of the fact that they will be higher or lower, they will demonstrate that the benefits will match the risks associated to the use of those technologies. But we already have what we need. We have the different concepts of graded approach, proportionality, optimization, etc. In my particular point of view is that this will be part of the essential debate on how to regulate fusion as a separate, different process from others, especially from fission. It will be, as I think Thomas mentioned, just sufficient to use the general framework for nuclear applications, such as those related to byproduct materials or accelerators. This is the big question. It's difficult to anticipate what will be the final answer, but in my view, something that could help the future development and deployment of fusion is to really generate a specific framework that separate fusion, especially from fission, especially not for technical regulatory matters, but for public communication and public acceptance. I think this is the key issue under these questions to be considered in making the decision. Okay,
thank you. Thomas, I feel like you would like to react on what was said here, or what has been said here. No? Okay. Yes, please, Lily.
Just to add, so from the IA perspective, so I agree with what Juan Carlos just mentioned. If you consider the IA safety standards, they are the top level. They are safety fundamentals. And I would say that these safety fundamentals will apply to fusion facilities. Of course, it's very generic requirements, but still, this is applicable, and I think that's why I would not oppose, to different regulations. I think there are some commonalities, and then there will be some specificities. Now, to what extent these specificities will require a dedicated framework or something that is complementary to very high level, requirements. This is, I think, where the debate is probably how we can, have something complementary, well adapted to fusion facilities, because this is a point, how to be relevant and efficient in regulating these facilities without, of course, putting too much burden that would not be necessary.
Yes, we've heard that we need to allow the sector to thrive and rise, and not to be too limiting.
I was just going to offer, so that's the path we're already pursuing in our country, right, is two separate frameworks. There's one caveat that I didn't mention, and that is when our staff put forward a set of recommendations to our commission relative to what options they should consider for fusion regulations, they didn't select, our commission didn't select the option that we recommended. We actually recommended option 3, which was a hybrid between 1 and 2, which was fission and fusion. And the idea was that there is a potential that there may become new technologies that we don't even know about, right, that may introduce hazards and risks that currently aren't manifested in the designs that we do know about. Our commission said, we're not going to worry about what we don't know about. Let's just focus on byproduct material. So that's why they didn't take our recommendation.
Sarah, you wanted to react.
Yes, if I may just briefly. I think it's less important about who is the regulator. It's much more important about the regime. And I think one of the advantages, I think, in the regime that we operate in the UK is a goal-setting regime rather than prescription. So, and that's, I think, particularly important with innovation and new technology, in that it's very, very difficult for a regulator to take a brand new technology that nobody fully understands and write some kind of detailed code about exactly how that should be operated, because nobody has foresight if we haven't done it yet, and that includes the regulator. But through a goal-setting regime where you don't have to have a detailed code in order to go forward and operate, but rather you have a shared endeavor to ensure that as you go ahead with the new technology at each stage, you ensure that it's safe and you collaborate between the regulator and the regulated. I think it can enable you to move ahead more quickly and also give certainty to those who want to build, to go ahead and to invest in new technologies, that they won't have to wait for a bureaucracy to catch up with them and write the rules around what is effectively an unknown new way of operating.
Yeah, but I was wondering, because we've heard here many times, I am new to fusion, or we are new to fusion. So isn't that what is slowing down the whole process of decision about how to harmonize the regulation? But is it different in the US and the UK to Europe, where we are still taking some time?
I think the difference in the UK, I can't speak for the US, is probably the fact, as I say, we have a goal-setting regime where there's very little in the way of detailed prescription and minimal codes and requirements that you have to demonstrate that you meet, and in terms of us as the regulator specifying how something should be run, but rather the ownership of the risk remains with the individual duty holder that's creating the risk, and they need to be able to demonstrate that they've managed the risks that are inherent in their operation to a level that is as low as is reasonably practicable. But we don't come in and second guess and tell them how to do that.
Thank you. I've seen Scott nodding in accordance.
I would just
in agreement, yeah.
Yeah, that's very entirely consistent with the regime we have as well. We, under our byproduct regulations, it's very performance-based. We established performance-based safety objectives, and it's up to the applicant and licensee to demonstrate they can meet those objectives without us providing highly prescriptive requirements on exactly how to do that.
The goal-oriented thing takes me to a question that is probably the most supported from all the questions here today. And that's the one from you, for you, I think, Mr. Dubois, or probably Mrs. Everard as well. Do you think the current French regulatory regime has led to delay of the ITER project? Might that be?
No, I don't think so. Absolutely not. As I mentioned before, the creation authorization decree of ITER was issued in 2012, and ITER has experienced some delays, which are, I think, due to some technical difficulties, because it's a technical challenge. ITER, it's a difficult project, and I think these are the main reasons for the delays, and I hope ITER representatives who are here will agree with me. I hope so. And we at ASN, we try to adapt to the changes in the design of ITER during the project, and we have tried to adapt. So far, the changes in the design did not lead to the need of changing the creation authorization decree. There could be a delay if there was such a big change in the design that it would lead to change the creation authorization decree. But it did not happen, and I think it probably will not happen. So I think the French regulations are not responsible for the delays of ITER project.
Thank you. And just before I asked Mrs. Everard to answer as well, I'll give you a chance to ask live questions afterwards. One question about the regulatory framework live. So if there is someone, just raise your hand and we shall try get you into the discussion as well. But we have very limited time, so please, would you also comment on that question as a former commissioner?
So no, I will not comment on this because I think this the latest development are more recent. So for sure, what I would like to highlight, because I was at ASN when the decree for ITER was issued, so in 2012, and I can confirm that it was really specific, approach for safety assessment, for this performance-based, safety performance-based, of course, approach. That was a very interesting, process, because we had to consider the objectives of a licensing process, and not only the process. And that was something, I think, new for ISN, because ITER was a very specific facility, but we have learned a lot because we had to keep this kind of questioning attitude. When you regulate such a facility, you have to ask some specific questions, and not to apply the same as you apply for fission facilities, for sure.
Thank you. When you have the microphone, I don't see any hand raised so far, but I have a question. When the IAEA says it is committed to the highest standards of nuclear safety, it doesn't mean it will stay with the standards for fission. Is that right?
In fact, when you consider so there are different levels of standards, and the highest levels of safety standards, so it's what we call the safety fundamentals, or the safety general safety requirements, and these are, applicable to some extent to fusion facilities. That does not make any difference, It's about, these very generic principles. For instance,
we can connect it with another question that is there. If since the UK and the US have regulatory frameworks in place, do you expect the IAEA's recommendations to differ in any meaningful way from these standards?
In fact, when you consider, the standards of nuclear safety, you refer to different levels, and there are, different levels of details. Of course, the very, very detailed requirements will not apply in the same manner to fission facilities and to fusion facilities. But if you consider the top, tier safety standards, they are applicable. We are talking about graded approach. We are talking about the responsibility of the operator. And we just, if you consider this goal or this performance-based approach, this is the same approach. What is different, and I agree with that, is that you, if you go deeper in the levels of requirements, then yes, you may need some specific requirements. And this is what we are, working on. We have this kind of review of safety documents, with this safety report and the technical document that will be issued in the coming months. And from this analysis, we will be able to identify whether and which kind of documents would be needed for specific requirements for fusion facilities. But that will not be, again, opposing, requirements. That will be something specific to fusion. But at the very top level, to me, the same basic principles, should apply.
I absolutely agree, and part of the construct that IAEA has for developing safety standards, I won't go into all the detail, but it's very robust. It has a lot of member nation input and consensus building. It ultimately ends up with the Commission on Safety Standards, and it's a 25-member body of senior regulators from around the world, from member nations. I'm privileged to be a member of this Commission on Safety Standards, and Lydia's exactly right. The safety fundamentals they'll remain. It's the details on the specific technology and the hazards presented by fusion that will have to be developed. They're not developed yet. They're working on it. So.
Mr. Lantijo?
Yeah, if you allow me, just to emphasize what my previous colleagues have already said. In my previous capacity of being in the position of Lydie, two elements that I think should have to be considered for that. One has already been mentioned very well by Lydie, which is the higher you move in the pyramid of regulations, the more applicable you have universally. If you really like to develop very specific regulations, you need to consider the specific technology. They are not technology neutral, and this is a problem for that. And second element, normally the way the agency has worked so far is the production of safety standards is based on the analysis of the best practices all around the globe. so that it is very difficult for the IAEA to elaborate safety standards from the scratch, from a technology which is just now under development, and with several possibilities of technologies, etc. I think these two elements should have to be considered. Thank you.
But the structure could be the same as it is in the fission environment. So the non-binding standards from IAEA, then some regulatory directive within the EU, and then some special groups on different topics. Thomas, what it tells you after this panel, do you feel that we are going the right direction for from the industrial perspective?
Yeah, what I've heard so far sounds quite promising. So maybe just want to emphasize once more, we need it fast.
Okay.
We need it simple.
You are still in a hurry, you know.
And we need it harmonized across countries because energy is international.
Okay, thank you. I'm looking if I may again have there is a hand raised. Is that so? And we have two. Also, there is one and there is one. Okay, we are nearly out of time, but I'll use this chance and I just ask you to be fast and straight to the point with the question, and then we will go really fast and straight to the point with the answers, and we will try to do both. Yes.
Well, very interesting debate. I have a question for Mr. Morris. You talk about technology inclusive regulations. I mean, ITER was designed from the very beginning with a safety culture in mind, and the safety group was really breaking of the engineers trying to find solutions we were compliant with and minimize the risk. So we always had safety in mind. We did design the machine. We brought it to a site selection, and there were 4 candidates on the table. And more or less, they all recognize the need to have specific feature of the design. Now, I think what I miss here, and I thought was important there, before I go to a regulation, I have to have a design that works, okay? So when I come to a regulation, there is a design, then the design need to, the regulator has to scrutinize the design. Now, is this process going to be still adopted, I assume? So even in the presence of more benign regulation, I think there's going to be a need for a long dialogue for the regulator what the designer coming up with, because there are hazards in fusion, not as fission, but there are hazards for the people, the personnel. There's going to be quite a lot of tritium. So how long is, in your view, the process for the regulator to analyze the design and to identify potential setback? Thank you.
Thank you.
And I'll try to be fast. So
yes.
For the approach that we're taking, and thank you for the question, the approach we're taking is pretty simple. We're focused on hazards to humans, whether they be the members of the public or workers at the facility, and the environment, right? That's what we're worried about. So we can set basic performance-based standards for what safety looks like. That's not hard. We can establish that performance-based requirement. But yes, it's up to the applicant and the designer to say how their design is going to meet those fundamental safety objectives. And yes, as part of the licensing process, we as regulators do that independent verification that the design will in fact meet those safety objectives. We need to do the work to understand your design, how it works, and why you say it's safe. And we agree with it. So that's the construct we're in.
Thank you. And one more question?
Yes, we heard a lot about very high standards of safety and consensus processes and so on. Now, if I think about what safety do I need for fusion, what do I want to do with fusion? I want to replace baseload energies like fission, like fossil fuels, maybe like hydropower. So as an engineer, I think in numbers. I would say the probabilities of risks in fusion need to be at least as good as hydropower, fission, and fossil. How do I calculate this? Will your regulatory process be based on risk probabilities, and will it help to quantify this so we can prove that fusion is good enough?
So, Mr. Lantijo, or Sarah, please.
Well, I would say in the UK we probably wouldn't be requiring necessarily new technology to be as necessarily in every instance as safe as the old technology. And actually we've been talking perhaps rather more in the context of some other different new technologies, thinking about things like carbon capture, thinking about things like safe use of hydrogen, where we consider that it may be necessary that people accept a somewhat higher risk profile than they used to have to do with hydrocarbon. But why do we think that's acceptable as a safety regulator? Because we understand the sort of overarching requirement to decarbonize the economy. And so for us, it's not about reaching an absolute risk probability, but instead having a proper understanding of the value that's being created in the technology and the need for that technology, and then ensuring that the risk is managed as low as is reasonably practicable, which may be lower than and more safe than existing methods of production, or it may not be quite as safe, providing there's an overwhelming need for that technology. We may have to accept a somewhat higher risk profile as we move forward into a new decarbonized world.
Thank you. Juan Carlos Lantijo.
Yeah, thank you. I think that, well, we as regulators are very used to implement that, what I mentioned before, the justification principle. That means that we need to be sure that any new technology fulfill this, let's say, area of having more benefits than risks. For doing that, at least not only for fission but for other nuclear applications, we are very used to utilize many different and complementary tools. We have the deterministic safety assessment, and we have the probabilistic ones. But for doing that, we need the details of the technology. This is not possible to be applicable to one technology that so far we know only the notions, the concepts, but not the specific technology. At this stage, I would like to mention something. We are in an inflection point for what, in my view, and according to the experience we have from regulating fission and other applications, we need to be sure that we cooperate, that we put together regulators and future or operators or promoters to be sure that we know the needs of the future operators or promoters, and you know the special expectations of the regulators. I would like to mention something which is a little bit, maybe, I don't know how to say, but well, the experience with fission is that you know very well that in the 50s and 60s it was the nuclear promise. And in my view, this promise has not been accomplished all the objectives or all the expectations that were formulated at that time, because not only the regulators, there were some accidents, there were some problems with the investment, with funding, etc. So that we are not part of the problem. Regulators are part of the solution. So that we need to work together and help you in formulating the fusion promise, maybe for the future, in a way which is really realistic. Okay, thank you so much.
And I thank you. I thank to Sarah Albon, Olivier Dubois, Juan Carlos Lantijo, Scott Morris, also Lydia Erard, and Thomas Forner. Thank you. Thank you again for your questions. Before moving to another topic of finance, we have 20 minutes break and we meet back at 3:45. Thank you. Once again, welcome back to our panel discussion on creating a supportive financial framework to accelerate fusion deployment in Europe. The fusion industry is experiencing great times. We've spoken about all the breakthroughs and the investment flowing into the sector, and also the increasing number of companies in the fusion sector. The European Union recognizes the importance of maintaining technological leadership in fusion energy and is actively working on strategies to incentivize private sector investment and foster research and technology innovation. Incentives like German's Fusion 2040 program aim to accelerate fusion research, emphasizing collaborative research between research institutions, universities, and also industry. Our fourth and last panel of today will explore challenges of today, the challenges, but also opportunities in creating a financial landscape for fusion energy technology in the EU. Discussing the support provided by the public sector, needs and opportunities for the private sector, and we will also go into detail of the study on public-private partnerships carried out by Trinomics for DG NR in 2023. So first, let me invite our speakers. We have Radomír Pánek, Chair of the General Assembly of EUROfusion, who is joining us on the stage. We also have Petr Schrott, Head of Division of German Federal Ministry of Education and Research. I would also like to welcome Sanjoy Rajan, Head of Division of Energy Security at the European Investment Bank. Let me also welcome Eduardo Fiorentini, Head of Magnetic Fusion Initiatives Development at ENI. And we have Lucio Milanese, co-founder and COO at Proxima Fusion, and Matthew Smith, consultant in Trinomics. So you have it. You have the longest way to join us, but then you'll have it close to the presentation that we'll get later on. But let us start with the support brought by the public sector, and I start with Mr. Pánek. You represent EUROfusion, the consortium of national fusion research institutes. Could you briefly explain the support EUROfusion offers to the laboratories and enterprises?
So good afternoon. First, I would like to thank for the invitation to this very interesting event. And you have already heard quite some information about EUROfusion in the previous panel, so I will try to summarize some basic information on EUROfusion. What is the mission of EUROfusion? What is the budget? And what we focus on. So EUROfusion is a large European consortium which was established for development of fusion energy. It was established in 2014, and it funds, on behalf of European Commission and Euratom program, fusion research activities in 26 European countries, plus Norway, Switzerland, and UK participates with their own budget. In total, the EUROfusion consortium has 31 so-called research units, and behind them there is more than 160 so-called affiliated entities. These affiliated entities are research institutes, universities, and also companies. So in total, EUROfusion represents almost 5,000 experts, researchers, students, PhD students, physicists. So this is quite large, let's say, manpower or workforce, and I think I can say that the majority of the fusion knowledge in plasma physics and fusion technology is within this consortium in Europe. The mission of EUROfusion is to pave way for fusion reactor. The EUROfusion does it along so-called EUROfusion roadmap for realization of the fusion energy, and the funding which is available or with which EUROfusion deals is about 1 billion euros. Half of the funding, or more than half, comes from Euratom program, about 550 million euros, and about 450 million comes as a co-fund action, or let's say matching fund from the member states. As I said, there is quite some number of people or experts active within this consortium, and these experts develop or set up quite focused research program, which is based on this European or EUROfusion roadmap. And this EUROfusion roadmap was first established or were created in 2012. It was quite an extensive exercise which we did, and it, let's say, clearly shows how shows structured way how we should proceed towards the commercial fusion reactor. It identifies the main steps which needs to be done, and also the main gaps which we need to address. Since 2012, when we created this fusion roadmap, we have made quite significant progress and quite some achievements within the EUROfusion community. Some of them were already mentioned, like for example this world record generated in Jet tokamak, almost 70 megajoules of fusion energy. Jet tokamak was operated by EUROfusion consortium, and it's not only about the record; it's also about the data which we achieved from burning plasma experiments. So this was the only burning experiment in tokamaks, and this will be very useful for ITER and also later for demo reactor. The second achievement which I would like to mention here is that some time ago there was an agreement between Fusion for Energy and EUROfusion that the preparatory work on the demo reactor will be moved from FRE to EUROfusion, and so EUROfusion recently finished successfully finished the pre-conceptual design of the demo reactor. So this I think is another achievement. Then of course we are aware that the landscape is changing. I mean, the ITER we are now facing the delays in ITER, and on the other side we have the energy crisis, and there is a stronger pressure to accelerate the fusion development. So we agreed within EUROfusion some time ago that we will update the roadmap, let's say, to address these issues, and we created kind of addendum to this roadmap with aim to accelerate fusion development. And there are several key points or 3 key points which I see there. One is that in this addendum we clearly let's say define the demo requirements. Then we define the gaps which need to be solved, let's say, in the near future to be able to proceed towards demo design. And then we propose some kind of parallelization of the, let's say, work on demo or design of demo in parallel to ITER. This is the main. This is because we think we should benefit from lessons learned during the ITER design, construction, and let's say commissioning. So we could benefit, let's say, already now from it and start to, let's say, work on the demo design. And in addition, we could also benefit from the supply chain which was developed for ITER. And if we start with demo design and construction in 20, 30 years from now, this supply chain will be lost. So this is the motivation behind. So this is what we are doing now.
Thank you. And shortly, where do you see your organization in 5 or 10 years? Because you said in 20, 30 years there will be the demo, but in the 10 years?
Okay, so from the EUROfusion point of view, I see, let's say, 2 main issues which has to be, let's say, achieved or solved quickly. One is to establish the common European, let's say, strategy or roadmap. It was mentioned several times here, and I think we have a very good starting point, which is the EUROfusion roadmap. And I think we should, as soon as possible, get to agreement between the key stakeholders. It means EUROfusion, FRE, Commission, and hopefully also the fusion industry on the common European strategy. So this is one important point. Second important point is that I think we should not just keep funding, but we should significantly increase funding also for the public research institutions, for EUROfusion, for the institution, because there are a number of gaps which needs to be addressed, I think, mainly by this research institution. So this is second point. And let's say from where we see the priorities for EUROfusion itself, I think EUROfusion should in the near future strongly participate in ITER commissioning, because it has unique experience in operation of let's say, tokamak with tungsten environment. And then I think EUROfusion should take lead in exploitation of ITER, because this is very important. And together with FORI, we should also be very active in transferring the lessons learned from ITER towards demo. Then I think we need to increase significantly our effort in, I will finish soon, effort in let's say, closing the gaps which we identified. So we have a lot of the facilities within EUROfusion. We are building some new facilities, and we might need to build additional ones. I would also like to mention here that the important point within EUROfusion is the education and the training of young generation. This was several times mentioned as well. EUROfusion devotes a lot of, let's say, resources to these activities, and we should even make it stronger, because we train a lot of people and experts, engineers, also for not only for our institutions but also for industry and for the startups, etc.
And I see, to attract them, you need to show them the prospect of EUROfusion being even more important than today. Great, thank you. I'll move to Germany, if I may, because I would really like to know what was behind the decision of the plan for Fusion 2040. How do you plan to cooperate, or where there in the program is ITER? And also, when you think of the plan, what's part of the plan? Is it magnetic confinement or also lasers? So tell us more about.
Yes, thank you very much also for the kind invitation to this panel. Well, looking back into the history of fusion research in Germany, I think it's a long and very successful history of magnetic fusion research. Mainly in three institutions, most of you will know very well, the IPP and the KIT in Karlsruhe, the research center in Jülich, who have a remarkable history in magnetic fusion research. And well, things I think started to change about 2 years ago with the startups arriving, 4 startups that were already mentioned in Germany, and 2 of them are in the field of magnetic fusion and 2 of them are in the field of laser fusion. And that was the point where we said we have to well, take stock of the new developments, we have to analyze the situation and come up with a new strategy. That we took the decision to look further in and deeper into the field of laser fusion, and we asked Professor Heffner, who is also attending this event here, to chair an expert group in the field of laser fusion, who provided a memorandum describing in very much detail the situation in the laser fusion, the opportunities for Germany, and then taking up these developments in laser fusion and the situation we had in Germany in the field of magnetic fusion. We combined that first into a position paper describing the strategy of moving forward, and then finally just announced, I think a few weeks ago, the new program, Fusion 2040, which is backed by an additional funding of 370 million euros over 5 years. So that in total, with the funding that goes institutionally to the research organization I already mentioned, we have a sum of about, it's a little bit more than 1 billion euros in funding for 5 years. And that does not include the German contribution to ITER, which is channeled through the EU budget, so that's a different pot, if you like, in the federal budget, but I come to ITER in a minute. But the consideration behind the program was really to set a different scene and to formulate a different goal, and that's the clear goal to realize a fusion power plant in the as near future as it is possible. And so that meant that we put greater emphasis on the involvement of industry. And so the program Fusion 2040 is addressing industry, is trying to involve industry in research projects. So what we are mainly do is fund projects between industry and research organizations. And we have just issued, the call has just closed, and we had, as it looks, we're just counting the numbers, a very good response from industry and research organizations in Germany, so no problem to spend the money, which is good news for us. And so the involvement of industry is very crucial to that. You mentioned ITER. Just well, all the strategy I've been describing is based on ITER and the knowledge that is gained by ITER. I mean, ITER is, you can consider ITER as a project that is to deliver a facility in a certain time on a certain budget. I think that's not all about ITER. I'd like to think of ITER as a technology development program, and I think the work of ITER only starts if the facility has been set up and is up and running. And so the ultimate goal of ITER is to learn something about technologies and to transfer that knowledge to industry, because at the end, industry will build and operate fusion power plants and not scientists or research organizations, obviously. So there must be a path from research organizations, from facilities like ITER, but also Wendelstein and Astex and all the other facilities that we have in Europe, to industry and to a really economically viable fusion power plant. So I think that's the picture as we like to paint it.
That's what's behind the program Fusion 2040. Okay, thank you. We also have another representative of public sector here, the European Investment Bank, represented by Sanjoy Rajan. Could you explain us the lending policy of the bank regarding the fusion, and probably mention some investment that you've done lately? And we know that was at quite a low stage of technological readiness. So I would also like to hear about that, how important it is and why have you decided for that.
Thank you very much, and thanks to colleagues from DG ENER for setting this up and inviting the EIB. I'll just say a little bit about the EIB, about what it does in energy and what particularly it does in nuclear, and then to the questions of recent projects as well. So the EIB, for those who don't know, is an investment bank, principally in infrastructure, new technologies, transport, social areas, owned by EU shareholders, all the EU countries, and the Commission is also represented on its board. The size of the EIB, I mean, we've been talking about the 6 billion and so on. So last year, the EIB signed loan contracts for nearly 90 billion. The 90 billion should be taken and doubled, in fact, because typically the EIB doesn't finance more than 50%. We like to crowd in. We like to signal. We want to show the market that we think the project is good and let other players come in. Not just other players, in many cases in the public sector, we can also blend our loans with EU grants, for example, or national grants. And this is also something important, I think, in this context. At the highest level as well, given it's the EU bank, it's very important for projects to be linked to an EU framework or an EU strategy. Those strategies help to define how the EIB will finance. The EIB naturally is a bank, and it's important to mention it's a bank. It's not a grant-giving institution. So when we give loans, we expect a return, the loans to be repaid. To go into energy, particularly out of that nearly 90 billion, last year 22 billion was for energy, about a quarter. And the main areas of focus, and the EIB is these days known as the EU Climate Bank. So the transition is a very important part of the EIB's mission. And in energy, the focus areas are decarbonizing energy supply, energy efficiency, supporting innovative technologies and new types of energy infrastructure, and securing the enabling infrastructure, networks, storage, and so on. We try to follow a technology-neutral approach within the boundaries of EU policy. And in nuclear in particular, what does this mean? So our last policy review was in 2019. Prior to that, it was in 2013. It was decided in 2019 not to make any change to the policy on nuclear that had been agreed in 2013. And the policy is relatively fission-based, but it also includes room for fusion. So essentially, nuclear projects are eligible, provided they technically, environmentally, financially, economically are justified. And just to be clear, the EIB does heavy due diligence on each project, technical, market, regulatory, and I can take the point of regulation as well. I mentioned strategy. So regulation indeed is very important, because for an investor, whether EIB or not, having a common baseline across the geography that one is operating in is extremely useful to understand how one's investments can be benchmarked. So it was good to hear the conversation just before this panel. But back to our policy. So, and read this for fusion, we require a positive opinion of Euratom under the treaty in particular articles for fission. And this comes back to the regulation. When we go into, fusion, we also we would look for such positive opinions from relevant regulatory frameworks. The eligible spectrum is power generation, fuel cycle, another very important element these days, waste management, safety upgrades, lifetime extensions, decommissioning, we hope not to get so much, as funds should have been set aside for that, and R&D. Effectively linking it to the Euratom Treaty and so on means that this is only for the EU. Nuclear sector we consider for the EU. The EIB does about 10% of its lending outside the EU, in particularly the neighborhood countries, the Balkan, Ukraine, North Africa, etc., but also further afield. Now, what sort of projects have we recently done? We've recently done safety upgrades, fuel cycle, and research. And I'll talk in a bit about a safety upgrade and a research one. The research one purely fusion, and the safety upgrade has fusion benefits as well. But what can we offer? So how do we get into this? As I've already said, we're a bank, so we're not grant giving. We work closely with the Commission, and it's worth knowing every EIB project that gets approved actually has to have, beyond nuclear, where Euratom comes in, but has to have a Commission positive opinion. Any project we do, in fact. So there is a process for that, where the EIB has to send projects to the Commission for their review as well. We offer multiple financial products, loans, bonds, guarantees, could be direct corporate loans, it could be guaranteed loans, it could be project finance. There are also windows, typically in combination with the European Commission, giving guarantees on a portfolio basis for more innovative projects. At the moment, nuclear in these windows, nuclear doesn't fall into these, but this is certainly something that could be looked upon. As the Commissioner said, there's a strategy issue, there's a regulatory issue, and there's the multi-year financial framework will soon be discussed. Ideally, if there's a strategy that says these are milestones that are to be reached, what sort of instruments may be possible? We may hear a bit more in the presentation on PPPs on that. So PPPs are also something we're very comfortable working with in general. Now coming to a couple of recent projects. So one project was done
I'll ask you again to make it shorter so that we may react on, there are some questions
Indeed.
Coming already.
I think people will quite like the particular projects.
I'm pretty sure, but
so one was with Enea, the Italian innovative technologies and energy entity. It's a diverted tokamak test facility in Italy. This was approved by a board in 2019. It's a loan of 250 million euros to Enea, and I don't want to go into some of the contractual confidential detail, but with a very long tenor. I don't think any commercial bank would have been able to give the length of tenor that we gave. And in terms of credit risk, so Enea, we have to look at it. We're not taking the Italian government. The Italian government is not guaranteeing it. It's being looked at the Enea level. Enea has a budget, has certain resources, and we're able to structure it such that on that basis, we could offer a long-term loan to Enea. In that particular instance, there was a particular EU instrument called the Juncker Plan, or FC, European Fund for Strategic Investments, which has now come to an end, which gave a guarantee to help, let's say, reduce any credit risk and make it acceptable. So this was a good example of a European investment and EIB joining forces to fund this really quite innovative research program. You asked about the technical readiness. In that particular instance, we linked it to the EUROfusion roadmap and also Horizon 2020 Excellence in Research. So there are two European elements that this could be linked to show added value. And then more recently, in December, we signed a contract with the Romanian nuclear operator, SNN. They operate 2 reactors in Cernavodă, Romania, CANDU, heavy water reactors. And they wanted to install, they want to install a tritium removal facility. So we didn't enter this with the fusion element in mind. We entered this as safety, reducing ambient radioactivity, also making maintenance easier and so on, and also circular economy, because this heavy water could be recirculated effectively once the tritium is reduced. However, as a result, this tritium production, from what I hear today also, could be of great interest. Just a couple of figures. On this, EIB is lending 145 million. Again, I think the tenor is more than they would achieve with a commercial bank. And we're able to, because this is quite a profitable and it has ongoing operations, we can lend directly to the entity, taking their credit risk instead of needing any further Romanian government backing.
Take it as a call to come to EIB if you have some project like that. But we move to the private sector because we've heard how to invest in big projects. We also know that we have Jeff Bezos or Bill Gates investing their money into fusion energy startups. We as small investors could invest in material production engineering or data centers or whatever is necessary. But there are also big companies that are investing in fusion energy startups or an ecosystem as such because they see the future in there. And we have Eni representative here as the one who made investment to Commonwealth fusion system already in 2018. So what's behind that decision and where you see the role of today's giants in energy sector in the future landscape of fusion?
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you to the Commission and DG for the invitation. Unfortunately, there will be Francesca Ferrazza will be here, but we wasn't able to catch here in Strasbourg. But he was eager to participate to this panel. However, as ENI, we see fusion energy as a great contribution to the decarbonization and to our carbon neutrality goal. We see that as a crucial technologies. In 2020, we set a decarbonization pathway for our company that sees like carbon neutrality in 2050 to all the scope, so scope 1, 2, and 3 emissions. On this basis, we based this transformation of our company on technologies. On this aim, we are technology neutral. We see all the technology that could contribute to our targets, and we see fusion energy as a potential contributor, as a breakthrough energy source. We started our pathway on fusion in 2018 when we invest in a Commonwealth fusion system, and we are partnered with them, and we strategically support their roadmap to see the first commercial fusion reactor to the grids. We started our journey there. We continue in 2020 by participating in DTT, so the Italian tokamak that will aim to study the heat generation and how it will be extracted from the tokamak in Italy. So DTT will be constructed in Frascati, near Rome, and there is a participation with Enea, so the Italian Agency for New Technologies and Energies, and some of the universities and research centers. So together, it could be a virtuous example of PPPs in the world of fusion, and one of the first example. We didn't stop there, and we want to contribute to fusion energy by participating, by collaborating with universities. We set up a number of collaboration with research centers, with university, both in Italy and abroad, in order to develop all the key technologies that will help fusion to accelerate its path to the commercialization. We do that because we see collaborations, synergies among partners as a key enablers for developing all that known unknowns, so the technological challenges that separate ourselves to the commercialization of fusion. We want to do it because we believe that it could be really contribute to our decarbonization pathway, not only of our company, but of our society.
Thank you. I see the connection there, how Sanjay Rajan was like, yeah, and now we also cooperate with them, so I see the connectivity of the whole sector. But now, I have a question for Lucio Milanese, who's a founder or co-founder of the Munich-based Proxima Fusion, the first spin-out from the Max Planck Institute, which has raised, if I'm not mistaken, 21 million euros this year. In a seed round to begin building its first generation of fusion power plants. Your technology is based on the same technology as Wendelstein, Stellarator. So what's your story and how it is to be a fusion startup nowadays and to attract investors?
Yes, thank you very much. So it is both a privilege and a challenge to be a leader in the fusion business in Europe. As you mentioned, we are a spin-out of the Max Planck Institute for Plasma Physics. And we really build on this visionary investment by the German government and the European Union of 1.3 billion euros into the Wendelstein 7X stellarator device in Greifswald in northeastern Germany. We're pursuing that path of quasi-isodynamic stellarators, on which Germany, both on the public and private sector, is converging. And particularly at Proxima, we are working on three main pillars of activities. The first is on optimizing the physics configuration of stellarators. This is very important for ultimate performance of devices. We're working on fusion power plant integrated design, and on high-temperature superconducting magnets with stellarator applications in mind. In total, we raised so far 27.5 million in between a seed and a pre-seed round, purely from private investors, mostly venture capitalists. And we also recently received a 10 million euro grant from the German government to work together with our partners at Max Planck and KIT on fusion R&D. And beyond that, we have many partners, both on the public and private sector, including the research center at Jülich and Bilfinger. So, as I was mentioning earlier, to answer your question, building a fusion business in Europe presents some added level of difficulty comparing to other geographies, especially when it comes to raising capital. I've had the privilege over my academic and professional career so far of spending time in the United States, the United Kingdom, Switzerland, and China as well. And in the United States, you have deep pools of private capital. You have fusion companies that are able to raise hundreds of millions or low single-digit billions from private funds, from tech giants, from tech billionaires. On the other hand, in China, you have massive contributions and intervention from the public sector. For example, the provincial government of Anhui province in Central East China has funded with 350 million of equity investment, EUROfusion. And then this is complemented by the participation of 2 electric vehicle manufacturers that put between 150 and 200 million each, so the total is 700 million in an equity investment. And this is obviously a very strong intervention. Just to give perspective, as if we receive tomorrow 350 million from the Bavarian government or any other fusion startup in Bavaria, and then Bavarian government persuaded Porsche and BMW to put another 150, 200 million each. So how do you compete with that in Europe? So you have to work hard, you have to work smart. You definitely need substantial support from the public sector. Regulation has been mentioned, development of IP, certainly funding is very important. And on this point, I would like to highlight 3 characteristics that this funding should have: scale, speed, and clarity of the long-term strategy. So in terms of scale, we need to deploy hundreds of millions over the next several years with a goal of then deploying some billions to develop the industry. And this needs to be clarified with some roadmap. On this front, I would like to strongly commend the actions of the German government, because I think that it has shown all these 3 characteristics, doing things at the scale that is right now necessary for the fusion ecosystem in Germany, at the right speed, which I know has been especially fast for some public sector activities, and also having some clarity of a vision of a plan, Fusion 2040, as well as work on regulation and other topics. So we need to do this at the same or larger scale at European level, activating a number of instruments. One could be the IPCEI, activating a European important project of common European interest for fusion, loans from the European Investment Bank, including potentially public guarantees at state or federal level, direct funding of public-private partnerships, potentially creating a fusion fund to co-finance investments by private investors into realization of prototypes and first-of-a-kind fusion power plants, as well as activating routes of Euratom, Horizon, the European Investment Council. It's important to choose and work on a number of these options, especially because right now, as I think the report from Trinomics will also show, a lot of the tools that are available for EU R&D funding are not useful for fusion, because fusion has too low TRL for these instruments. And I'll conclude, I wanted with a word on ITER. I think occasionally one can hear in some circles, we should not be spending so much money on developing the private fusion industry in Europe because we're spending a lot of money on ITER. But I think that substantial investments in Europe on the private sector should be made not despite of ITER, but because of ITER. Because we have this world-leading strategic advantage in technology and science for fusion, this is how you win the global competition. You have to focus in some areas that you are very good at, and I think in Europe we are very good at fusion, and double down. And so I think that investment in fusion really is part of a broader picture of how we strengthen European competitiveness. We have seen over the last couple of weeks the release of the Draghi report, of the Letta report on strengthening competitiveness. And it should really be part of that vision of making Europe again a world leader in innovation from the lab to the market.
And I'm happy to hear that the private sector has concrete steps that it seems should be done to achieve that. But believe me, the European Commission is aware of the difficulties that they are on the market to get the financing compared to other markets. And that's why DG NR cooperated with Trinomics, which held a study on the public-private partnership approach to foster innovation in fusion energy. So what needs to be done? That's a question for Matthew Smith from Trinomics.
And yes, there we go. Hi everyone. Welcome and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I will say a few words about this study that we carried out for the European Commission, which concluded last year. And forward. Yes. Okay, great. So yeah, we completed the study last year, towards the end of the year. This was a follow-up to a study that we completed in 2022. That was a foresight study, which looked at different potential scenarios of fusion development, looking at how the private initiatives could maybe have changed the scenarios for development, looking at the possibilities of EUROfusion roadmap scenario going forward. And one of the things that came from this, looking at the developments in the US and elsewhere, was they've managed to help incubate activities by private initiatives through the use of public-private partnership instruments. So there was an interest to explore that further in the EU. And there were a couple of reasons behind that, not only the development of private initiatives elsewhere in the world, but also increasing efforts in other countries globally, investing more and more money in fusion. You see this in the UK, in the US, in China, in Japan, new strategies, new funding. And so there's part of this where the EU considered, how can we maintain our competitiveness? We've invested billions over the years. We've made significant investments. How do we make the most of those investments? So our objectives in this work were twofold. One was to look at existing public-private partnership arrangements, both in the fusion sector. So you can look at examples in the US, the ARPA-E, the Milestone Program, etc. In the UK, different activities that they've developed related to STEP and their industrial strategy related to that. But not only within fusion, also more broadly, I think it was mentioned earlier, the COTS program in the US, which NASA used to speed up rocket development. Within Europe itself, there's various approaches, particularly European partnership approaches under Horizon Europe, and looking at the different characteristics to understand what could work best for a European program, and then taking that one step further. How could we specify different design elements for fusion PPP in Europe? Where did we start? We started by looking at the existing landscape as one of the tasks. So we've seen the EU has spent billions and is still continuing to spend very large amounts of money. This is primarily focused on ITER. There's other projects with this, the IFMIF donors, broader approach, etc. So that's a lot of existing funding that has gone in. There's continuing funding of scientific work through EUROfusion, hundreds of millions invested there. But if you look beyond that and the different instruments that could support fusion, it's actually quite limited. I think it's been mentioned already, the TRL levels in many cases are not aligned for other support, so it's perhaps too low to access the innovation fund, it's too low to access a lot of EIB funding or energy catalyst or many other instruments. So there's a gap there, and one of the things that we looked at is, as the funding to ITER, perhaps the funding going to manufacturing and construction starts to tail off, there risks a gap before that funding then perhaps increases again. In future, when you get to the stage of building demo, perhaps that's 10 years or 15 years before large amounts of money would be needed to start building demo. What do companies do in the meantime? And this has already been mentioned earlier when we talked about skills and capacity. Engineers need to be doing something. If you leave them with 10 years with not a lot to do, I think they move to a different sector. You risk losing that knowledge. So I think that's one of the important things on the existing landscape. And a last thing, we found there wasn't a lot of support there that was tailored towards startups. So that was a gap that we recognized. I think complementing that, we did see the national funding plays a role. I think the example from Germany has been mentioned already, but there's also funds in other countries which complement this. We looked at what should the objectives of a public-private partnership in Europe be. So there were two things that we looked at. One was, should it focus on building demo? Should you set up a PPP with the explicit goal to build demo, and then you integrate work streams from F4E, from EUROfusion, other organizations that are working on this, and then start building up design activities, perhaps projects on different manufacturing or key technologies to support that? I think perhaps that is an option. I think maybe in the longer term that may be a more appropriate option. And the second option we looked at is, could you make the objective to focus on these technology gaps that remain, something that can be dealt with more in the short and medium term? So we've mentioned tritium breeding before. You could look at materials, remote handling, all these multiple technical challenges that we know could benefit from further investment, and that are still gaps, both for demo, but also for other fusion approaches. That was also one of the other potential objectives. You could have these as complementary objectives even. But we think overall the EU needs to develop a framework which supports further industrial investment within fusion, and to support technology transfer from the research institutions. It should also have a flexibility, not only, in our opinion at least, not only focused on magnetic confinement, tokamak-based approaches, but have the flexibility to support other approaches. If I move to my last slide on the recommendations that we made. So on this, I think the top one, anything that is introduced, PPP program, if it's decided to take this forward, then it should be additional to existing funding. The spending on ITER is still needed. The research that's funded through EUROfusion is still needed. So this should be on top of that. From looking at the different options in the EU ecosystem, we see a co-programmed European partnership. This is a partnership approach that's employed in Horizon Europe. There's existing ones on clean hydrogen, on batteries, on other technology fields that are comparable. Co-programmed is particularly appropriate for fusion in its current state of development. It does need matching funding from industry, so it's a 50-50 approach. So I think this question I've heard earlier today and in some discussions is, can industry make that sort of contribution at this stage? That's important. I think hearing that the German program is well subscribed in its recent round helps give confidence that there's sufficient interest within the companies to invest in this. There's lots more detail on about the partnership within the report, so we'd recommend please also look into that into more detail. Our third recommendation was around F4E and innovation partnerships. So this is a contractual option that is possible under F4E, which they asked that we could explore. This may offer one instrument to do something in the shorter term. I think it's particularly important to move on this urgently. The EIT Energy, we heard from Novatron Fusion earlier. This was an instrument that supported them. I think for other startups, this could be a very useful way to create a space for them to get that first, I think, pre-seed funding to get started. And then lastly, in terms of the EC actions and recommendations, so what should they start doing to take this forward? So we gave some recommendations on the specific things. And I think particularly around trying to take this partnership approach forward. The idea there was that as soon as practical, that they could help start getting the industry and the research communities together. There's an instrument there, coordination and support action, which could be valuable to help bring those communities together. Sorry, I will finish off very quickly. And yeah, so they develop a strategic research and innovation agenda together and use that as a basis to start a partnership and move forward.
Matthew, thank you very much. Thank you very much. I think we can leave this slide on for a while because I would like to know your ideas on those options. It's something to take into consideration, but probably your views may help the EC to decide their strategy. And before we get to your ideas, if you would add something or if you would prioritize some of those points, I would like to again put on a Slido poll, if we may do that, please. That would mean that you again take your mobile phone, not to ask a question, because we have plenty already, but I would like to know one thing from you, and that would be how many billion euros would cost to build a commercial fusion power plant? You may take your time, and we see the question. Yeah, you need to use the QR code again, or put a hashtag Fusion Energy. That will get you there as well. We can hide this so that we don't see your voting or your polling, and we can get back to the slide with the recommendations or conclusions of the study, which were, if I may quickly go through it, wrap up co-programmed European partnership, recommending reserving fusion funding within European Institute of Innovation and Technology, and also suggests evolving the focus of F4E funding towards innovation partnerships. So, where do you see biggest priority, and what was missing there from your point of view? What do we need to support the financial landscape? Probably Germany has its,
Well, I think one important point is to do some kind of financial engineering. I think we heard today that there are multiple sources of funding with various characteristics, but funding will always be limited, so we have to be efficient. So I think it's very important to streamline the various funding activities. And Sanjay gave an example before when he mentioned that it could be a way to combine, for instance, a loan with a grant. So that's I think is new. That's a new concept, and I think it would be valuable to think along those lines to combine various funding mechanisms in order to get the most efficient output.
Sanjay, please.
I think one of the things, and the Commissioner mentioned, the new multi-annual financial framework discussions will start for the next period in due course. My team and I, we work across the whole energy spectrum, and no one says there's enough money. So
there's never enough money.
And actually no one also says there are no challenges. The EU has a policy, very ambitious and required policy for energy transition. And I think we all know, even for what we may call conventional, there is, I mean, we can and we need to do even more. So how, for fusion, can things be done? As Peter also said, I think as the report says, let at least what's there, let it be there. But what can we learn? I mean, the EIB 25 years ago when we started saying, okay, we may do, start looking at onshore and then offshore wind. This was sort of, wow, But there has to be, from that type of experience, that indeed some envelopes, the combination of private, commission, other EU institutions and bodies like the EIB, if there are some envelopes to test, to take a wider portfolio. Some things may not work, but there's a wider guarantee that within a wider portfolio that some of these will move forward and take risks and make progress. So slightly more focused envelopes for guarantees and other means.
Sancho, when you already have the microphone, there is a question for EIB. Entry barriers to fusion projects are often due to availability of financial tools to support scaling up manufacturing capacity. How could EIB help?
It's a good question because the manufacturing side is typically something we haven't been that involved in. We've been more involved in projects which generate electricity or other energies and transport and so on. In our response to the Repower EU package, which came, we have started opening a window for manufacturing in, let's say, the renewable sector. How could that be opened further in due course, perhaps to areas like fusion, is something that has to be seen. This would be done in close connection with the Commission, because again, as a bank, we're a body of the EU, we don't make that policy. We take that policy and apply it in a banking sense.
Thank you. There's, I think, a good question that I hope can be answered by some of you, one of you, I don't know, but it disappeared again. Okay, it probably just jumped up. Yes. How can we ramp up efforts to change the EU taxonomy to label fusion as a green investment? Any idea how to do that? Probably the German ministry is the closest one to decision making.
Well, obviously, I'm not the Commission and not an expert in EU taxonomy, but I understand that nuclear technologies are part of the taxonomy, so defined as a green investment. And I know this because Germany, in a desperate attempt to fight fission, nuclear fission energy, was opposing that approach. So to my understanding, nuclear fusion could indeed qualify for a green investment under the EU taxonomy, but it's for the Commission to confirm that.
Unfortunately, we have no one to respond here. But I would like now to have a look at the results of the polls, where we asked about how many billions of euros would need to be invested to build a commercial fusion power plant. We have a really widespread, but is there actually someone who knows? Radovan?
I for sure don't know the number, but well, if we base on the experience which we have from ITER now, if we are speaking about a prototype, about a, let's say, demo type of reactor, I think we would be around 30 billion euros at least.
30 billions. Okay. Proxima?
So I think that there is a very interesting answer here. Think economies of scale, eventually less, or the first 20, the second 15, eventually 5, which I think is a very important element. First of all, when you ask how much would it cost, obviously how many megawatts, right? It's very different to build a 1.5 gigawatt electric facility to a 200-300 megawatt facility. In terms of scale, complexity, time, permission, etc., inventory of tritium, regulation. and obviously has an impact. Smaller is not necessarily always better when it comes to levelized cost of electricity. When it comes to capital cost, smaller is almost invariably better. And it's very important that we think in terms of fleets of power plants, especially because I think a lot of the challenges of building both nuclear fission and fusion facilities at relatively commercially competitive terms is the one-of-a-kind problem, or like few-of-a-kind problem, where there are few companies that make these products. They are highly regulated, and so every little screw ends up costing 10 times more than it would if you were to buy it in your Walmart or Leroy Merlin. And so effectively, when we think about creating a supply chain from day one to build maybe 10 demonstrating facilities after the first of a kind in different European countries, that's where you can really get the cost down and make them as modular as possible so that you don't have to reinvent the wheel every time with the different components.
And yes, there is the question, you expect people to know that? No, that's why I asked if you can guess. I can't. So I was just wondering, and I got many answers, so thank you for that. 46 people answered that question, so thank you. I get back to the questions you posed to our panelists, and I connect few of them to one. Is the European capital market able to create a concrete funding runway to fusion startups, so fusion companies do not need to find funding outside of the EU midway? And there is another one, which was venture capital and private equity play vital roles in the startup ecosystem. What work is being done to introduce fusion to multilateral development banks? So, is there some work being done? And if not, I would like to know Annie's view, because you went to invest in the US. We have plenty of companies in Europe. What do you need, or how do you decide where to put your money?
First of all, we started in US, we continue in Europe, we continue in Italy. We are developing new partnership all around Europe, in UK. Our objective is to see fusion on the grid. I appreciate the question that you described before, but maybe the real question is another. What we can do to reduce the cost necessary to commercialize fusion? Is that the question that we need to answer? And there are some enabled technologies, there is regulation that could approach and influence that number, that it's a magic number. I see a lot of numbers, but that are just numbers. We need to work to lower down that number. That's our aim. We want to develop K-enabling technologies, as the report said, and we need, in Europe, we have an exceptional excellences. We have an exceptional supply chain thanks to ITER. We are at the forefront of fusion now, and the things that we have to do is to continue with this leadership, giving visibility to the supply chain that is developing fusion, to develop technology, and to lower that magic number. Our aim is to have fusion on the grid with the least price of electricity in an energy market that is technology neutral and see all the technologies related to geography or differentiation, and each technology has to have its market.
Yes, so Matthew or Lucio, you wanted both. You wanted to react. We have another microphone here, so.
Oh yes, I can quickly react. Maybe more on the first question that was about whether European capital markets can by themselves support the development of fusion. I would say a qualified yes, qualified by a number of factors. Some things have to change in terms of cultural attitude to risk reward, and also some of the actors that may have been more on the sidelines, like large family offices, large corporates investing more aggressively in fusion in Europe. And obviously, we are in a situation where even if that happens, still the public sector has to play a significant role, maybe not as big as the one that is played in other geographies like China, as I mentioned earlier, but still like some significant amount of capital will have to come from that. But this is something that has occurred many times with important technologies via different means. Let's not forget now we're all enjoying, for example, the low cost of electricity from solar and wind, but how many billions have gone into subsidies to that industry before the price could actually go down. And so we need to be bold and basically really invest in the future.
Thank you. Matthew?
Yeah, I'd just like to make the point that certainly to access larger amounts of private finance, the public finance also can play a major role. I think it was a recurring theme speaking with different companies in the studies that we've carried out in the last years is that if a private company is able to secure public investment, whether it's grants, whether it's loans, whether it's participation in different programs, it's to investors, that gives them a lot of confidence. It acts as some kind of stamp of approval because there's trust that the public authorities have done proper research, evaluations, etc. So I think it's no coincidence that even in the US, the milestone program, perhaps the amounts of funding that are available through the public part of the program are not that large at this point in time. It's also the case that you see almost all the big players having applied for grants, making consortia with research institutions. You'll see, I think, Commonwealth, TAE. These companies, they still want that sort of seal of approval. I think that really helps to get private investment into the sector and also unlock the knowledge from the research sector.
Thank you. Peter, if I may, what's the perspective of the German fusion program 2040 taken into consideration private investment? Is it all meant as grants, or will some part of that be dedicated to projects supported also by the private sector, so in the public-private partnership? Or because do you have an expectation how much money the 1 billion could raise as a multiplicator for from the private sector?
If only I knew. So, I mean, in principle, I think the role of the private sector will have to increase over time, and the role of the public sector will have to decrease. At the moment, obviously, there's you need the public funding in order to get things going, but on the other hand, you don't want to ride a dead horse. So, if you ramp up funding, if you ramp up public funding, you want to be sure that the concept is viable. And I think at the moment, we are at a stage where we have so many concepts for fusion power plants where we do not know at the moment which concept will really be successful. We have our guesses, we can make our guesses, but at the end you will have to demonstrate that one or the other technology or approach is viable. And I think when you see clear on that, and that's the perspective with our program, I mean, at the moment we are very open to different technologies, including laser fusion, including magnetic fusion. We are focusing more on technologies, but at one point companies will ask for more money in order to build demonstration devices, and then I think we'll have to start, and that's not only Germany, that's the public sector as a whole, to make our choices, on which horse to bet. And if that is successful, then I think the private investment will also ramp up, and at the end, I mean, you need to have an economically viable power plant. It's not enough to demonstrate science, not even technology. It has to be economically viable, and that's a huge challenge. And if it is, I mean, there's no support by the public sector needed, and that's the ultimate goal we want to reach. And so, what amount of money do we expect to rise? Any amount that is necessary to build and operate fusion power plants.
To get a more detailed view in how the EIB is thinking when it's putting public money into private investment, There is the connection with Eni. Was the Eni investment in DTT a factor in your decision process to lend to INEA?
I don't actually think so, because for every project we undertake a credit risk. How much can be loaned, for how long, under what conditions? In that case, the ENEA balance sheet was scrutinized. It may have been benefiting from some Eni monies, but ultimately the person or the entity that signed the contract was ENEA. And we had to ensure that ENEA, we felt, can live up to that from our side. So, I mean, it's wonderful that Eni is in there, and it's by default a PPP in some format, but for our loan, this was not a direct criterion.
Eduardo?
May I add, sorry, because the EIB invested in ENEA project in 2019, we entered, and maybe I was not clear before, in partnership with ENEA for the construction of the project in 2020, so after the investment, and we are contributing in-kind contribution to the building of the machine and its construction.
Another question that is aimed mainly at the EC probably, but I'll try to pose it anyway. How should the EU adapt its approach to fusion funding and timelines given the rise of fusion startups?
I mean, I can say a bit. I see Renato.
How EIB can adapt.
Because, no, the reason I'm taking the microphone as well is I think inevitably, if there is something that is constructed, and we've done this before with the Commission, constructing financial instruments that there may be some Commission, i.e. ultimately EU taxpayer money, mixing with EIB money to create an instrument that can be tailored to the needs. I mean, there was a question on, you know, for startups, for more venture, is it for more for equity? This is something we've done in various sectors with the Commission. So I think it's likely, if there is this strategy, roadmap, financing will be part of it, and I imagine we'll be speaking.
Anyone to add his view, even from the startup scene, we may?
I think that startups and developments of ITER, EUROfusion, they also should be considered as parallel paths, and significant investment and resources should go into both. The specific so there needs to be sort of like a political decision to strongly support the fusion startups as something that is effectively complementary. I think we all agree in this room that eventually is going to be industry that is going to build fusion power plants based on decades of work of the scientists and engineers in Europe and abroad. That seed needs to be nurtured from now, because it needs some time and resources and iteration and technological development to grow to where companies can actually build and execute well on the construction of commercially viable, commercially feasible fusion power plants. In terms of what specific tools, we have listed a number, and I think that there are lots of opportunities for creating tools that best complement the public sector and deploy them at scale and speed. And I think I'm very optimistic that getting all around the table and narrowing down on the specifics will be able to really foster the world's best fusion ecosystem.
And do it as soon as possible. Thank you very much. I thank to Radomir Panek. Oh, we have Sanjay Rajan, Peter Schrott, Eduardo Fiorentini, Lucio Milanese, and Matthew Smith. Thank you very much. Thank you for your questions again. Thank you. And as we are close to the finals of the EU Blueprint for Fusion Energy, a meeting here in Strasbourg, and for that we have one more very special guest. He visited the MIT Plasma Science and Fusion Center this February and is excited about the fusion power reality. Let me now give the floor to the Executive Vice President of the European Commission, responsible for Green Deal, for example, Maroš Šefčovič, and ask him for his concluding remarks.
Good afternoon.
By pronunciation of you.
Absolutely, that was so precise that I was 100% convinced that with the name Michaela, that our great moderator must be from Slovakia or Czech Republic, and I was not mistaken. So, but I really would like to, first and foremost, greet you all this afternoon. I would like to thank also our Deputy Director-General Massimo Gariba and all of the organizers for convening this very important meeting. And I would like to tell you that for me it's indeed an honor to have the possibility to close this first of its kind event focused on fusion. And I know that you had a very intense day, that you had a lot of meetings, and that the participation was great. And I think that for all of us it's a very important sign to have so many representatives of the fusion community, not only from the EU, but globally, as well as regulators, startups, which you just seen on the podium, and of course, supply chain companies, and very important international partners. Because I see it as a very clear sign that there is indeed growing momentum in fusion development. And I know that you've been discussing how incredible, how important the potential fusion holds for our future energy needs. And I would like to tell you that I do not need to be convinced, because I live day by day, and with my colleagues in the college, we are looking for the best possible solution, how to deal with current geopolitics, very rough geoeconomics, and of course, it led us to very important exercise in reassessing energy policies and priorities. And as you can imagine, we are every day seeking what we can do to make the most of every tool at our disposal when it comes to decarbonizing our economy, our society, and at the same time to make sure that we would guarantee adequate supply of affordable energy, which is, I would say, more and more important element in the competitiveness of the European economy. And I'm sure that you also recall that we made a recommendation a couple of weeks ago where we should be at 2040. What should be our climate target plan, because we believe that there needs to be kind of logical link between -55% of greenhouse gas reductions up to the climate neutrality by the mid-century. And as you know, we proposed 90% cut by 2040, but we are absolutely aware and conscious that to get there, we would need to use all available low-carbon technologies, including nuclear power, of course. And while recognizing that its use is at the discretion of each member states, and I know that you are following this topic very closely, so roughly we are the half and half. Half of the member states would like to pursue the possibility to produce low-carbon energy from nuclear sources, and half have decided to look for different options. So for now, this means that if you are talking about the low-carbon nuclear power generation, we are talking about fission, and you've been talking the whole day about commercial fusion power. And we know that here there was very important advancement in research innovation over the last years, but we are still a little bit far away to make it commercially viable. But I think that if you look how much we progressed over the last couple of years, I have to say that the speed of progress is nonetheless very, very impressive. As our moderator Michaela just mentioned a few minutes ago, I saw firsthand this February the Plasma Science and Fusion Center at MIT. I got the full explanation and I was very impressed how much you can accomplish and also what are very ambitious timelines, targets and business plans for the future to explore this innovative way of producing energy and to accelerate the pace of the fusion development. So the fusion energy technology, I'm absolutely convinced, will play a crucial role in the future in our efforts to reach climate neutrality and to achieve it in a way where we would have also healthy nature around us. So it could be, from my perspective, because I see that if it comes, for example, to the Green Deal and to the legal framework which we built over the last 5 years, that we are kind of reaching outer boundaries of how much you can achieve with regulations, with legal framework, and where the business case for the Green Deal, where the stimulus, where the incentives for the business development come. And more I'm convinced that to get us as a whole mankind into the climate neutral future, we clearly need global game changer. We need technological breakthroughs, and I believe that one of them clearly would be power generation through fusion process, because it would help us to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, it would help us to secure clean, affordable and sustainable energy. And for that, we need a commercial fusion industry able to scale at necessary pace to have a meaningful impact on green transition. And I'm sure that you've been pondering over what are the key challenges that they still stand in a way. And I really would like to thank the experts who've been explaining to me, be it in MIT or in our DG ENER in Brussels. And if you allow me, I just would like to share a few thoughts what I believe we would need to achieve the workable solutions for the future. First, and here I am absolutely convinced, there is a need for enhanced collaboration. If you look at ITER project, supported by 7 partners, including the EU and the US, where we are pooling our financial and scientific resources, I would say that this is a prime example of what can be achieved with a close cooperation. And when I was discussing the progress in Boston, I was very pleased to hear from the MIT that they in advanced research is very much based on the great scientific work which was done in ITER. And I think this is the type of the cooperation we need in the future. So in addition, the fusion companies in the US are also setting up the partnerships and with European companies, and very often these are the European companies which are suppliers to their project. And I hope that this will be even more developed and advanced in the future. But we also need to engage even further to progress on some near-term objectives. For example, this year, G7 meeting, which will be hosted by the G7 presidency, by our Italian friends, would represent a welcome opportunity to launch new initiatives for better collaboration on fusion research and pathways for regulatory certainty for fusion power plants. Further, we see the need for broad international cooperation on fusion, and we want to work closely with international partners in advancing it as a viable energy source. Second second point is focused on financing. The European Commission has already for quite some time, and I have to tell you that my first full-time job at the Commission was being responsible for administrative budget. So I spent a lot of time looking at ITER's budget and all the related expenses. And therefore I know that we in the European Commission have been already for years at the forefront of public investment in the fusion research and development. But we also know that the public money will never be enough on its own. It needs to be accompanied by the requisite amount of private funding. And today we have heard from industry leaders and CEOs of fusion startups about the rapidly changing dynamics of the sector. So fusion is no longer only about the large public investments in research projects. Private money is an increasingly significant source of financing and sign of the growing confidence in fusion as a viable energy source. When I look at the numbers for the last year, it's quite impressive to see that around 6 billion euros being invested, the number of private companies which are operating in the sector of fusion generated energy has risen to the 43. And I think that we should really, with all our efforts, continue to support bigger investment, these, I would say, private positive initiatives in this sector. And to get there, I know that what we would need, and it should be our top priority, is to create stable and positive environment for investment. Which brings me to my third point. Regulatory certainty is a key to de-risking and incentivizing the investments. To date, only the US and UK have made the decision on how to regulate commercial fusion energy. Here too, the EU and US should engage to discuss our respective regulatory pathways. One option could be to create an ad hoc working group dedicated to regulatory matters, including representatives from EU, the US, and the relevant member states' bodies, as well as from private sectors and financial institutions. This kind of approach, bringing together all stakeholders from the given sector, cover the whole value chain, has proven extremely valuable in our recent series of the clean transition dialogues with the industry, which we are conducting together with the President of the Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, since the autumn of the last year. It helped us in identifying the problems and bottlenecks being experienced on the ground and also to work together with the industry and our member states to develop possible solutions to these challenges. And regulatory matters around fusion energy could also be discussed more widely with like-minded partners to ensure that we all follow the same basic principles and we all can strive to build a broader consensus about this new sector. This will help us to send the message that we see the potential of this technology, that we stand ready to assist in its development, and of course, this would be crucial for attracting the necessary private financing. Fourth point, the fusion sector will need a workforce with the right skills. And our efforts will only bear fruit if paired with continued and increased investment in education and training programs. We should support innovative projects and facilities to attract specialists and to support skills development. And we see this trend clearly in ITER projects, for example. And final point, I would like to stress how much we need to strengthen our combined research efforts. This means developing a multilateral, coordinated fusion energy research endeavor oriented towards supporting the commercialization of fusion. Again, this could be done together with our partners, with other partners via different multilateral fora. So ladies and gentlemen, a future powered by cheap, plentiful, clean fusion energy is a very tantalizing one, but have some way to go to reach it. But the endeavor to master the fusion is complex, so the collaboration between the public and private sector will be critical. And therefore, we must support technology transfer programs and strengthen the links between research and industry. We need to foster even better innovation to close technological gaps and accelerate the creation and commercialization of the prototypes. But I believe that with the meetings like you had today, with the exchanges which I'm sure will continue over the drinks in a few minutes that we are on the right path, because we need to do the networking, brainstorming, and we need to create the good conducive atmosphere for the progress, which is a very important sector of energy generation needs. Thank you very much.
And I thank to Maroš Šefčovič, Executive Vice President of the European Commission. Thank you. We need to bring the sun to the earth. Yes. Thank you very much to everyone for being here, for working on what you are working on, because we really need the new ultimate clean and abundant source of energy so desperately. So keeping my fingers crossed for all of you who are working on that. And thank you. Thank you. Have a nice day.